Please ensure you're using your face mask at all times. Yes, mine. Because I'm using the mic, I'm eating. Alright? Everybody in this room should please ensure they're using their face mask. Thank you so much. Please leave a room beside you and the next person. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, so we started already. This is celebrating 60 years of greatness in Obafemi Awolowo University. It is one thing to start. It is another thing to ensure that it is maintained. So here we are celebrating the sustainability of this great and prestigious institution of the greatest Ife. Of the greatest Ife. I think we're warming up. Nice. Of the greatest Ife. Wonderful. I think it's only Ife that can make a very vibrant chamber. Anywhere. Even at weddings, we are proud of ourselves. Thank you so much. So we will be starting with the opening prayer. And I would like to start with someone of the younger generation. Can you please come? Yes. Can you please come? Please, can we put our hands together for him? Can we encourage him to get here? Yes. Please keep clapping. Thank you so much.
Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for bringing us here today. As we commend this seminar and the debate, Lord, please give us outlook on prayer in Jesus' name. Lord, help this seminar to go completely well and there shall not be any misunderstandings in Jesus' name. Amen. Lord, as we start, Lord, please start with us in Jesus' name. Amen. Lord, help me to go well. By the end of the day, we shall see the cause to rejoice in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, Lord, Father, for your answer our prayer. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Please come to the end. Please come to the end together for Adeyemi. Thank you so much, Adeyemi, for manning up to lead us in the opening prayer. Alright, as faithful citizens of our great country, Nigeria, we will please rise up to take the national anthem. Thank you so much. The national anthem, the second stanza. I believe that the second stanza speaks of hope, promise for Nigeria. National anthem, the second stanza. And we have a soundtrack for that, sir. Is it possible? Alright, no problem. So we are doing this as a cappella. Everybody should please warm up their voices. Can we please clear our throat so that we will have the best a cappella rendition of the national anthem. And let's just do the first stanza for sake of safety. Alright? Are we ready? 1, 2, ready, go. Arise, O come back. Oh, we should sing second stanza. Oh, that's fine.
You said it.
Yes, I said second stanza, but then I said for the sake of safety, so that we'll maintain the tone and balance. Second stanza it is. Alright, my father spoke. Who am I to repeat? Second stanza it is. Alright? Oh God of creation, direct and noble cause. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Oh God of creation, direct and noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Come please put our hands together for ourselves to maintain our standing position. We will sing the Great Ife anthem. Do we have time for that?
Africa's most beautiful campus, conscious, vigilant, progressive,
far, which was displayed, can it be put on set? Thank you so much. Alright, so good morning to everybody. Please smile at your neighbor, say good morning. Make sure you're using your face mask. Please make sure you're using your face mask. Thank you so much. Compliment the person in a way to make the person feel welcome. Can we do that? Okay, that's why we are Nigerians. I like your smile. I like your face mask. Okay, I love the t-shirt you're putting on. I love your scarf. Nobody is talking to anybody. Okay, should I call names? Do you want me to do that? Alright? Because you're going to sit down with that person throughout today. So be a good neighbor now. Be your neighbor's neighbor. Alright, thank you so much. Do I have that here? Alright, no problem. So this is a celebration of 60th anniversary of Obafemi Awolowo University. We are celebrating greatness. There is only one great event in the university. Yes. Can you please hold on a bit? Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a back view or backtrack of the events thus far that's held. This is the Great Ife Debate right in front of you, and thus far, this has been the debate. Yes, please. So I like that the debate started with 153 debaters. Can we please put our hands together for that? Across the faculties on this great campus, that means we have 153 leaders, because it takes one to speak and also to lead. So we had 153. I am amazed at that number, because that's just a few chosen. And how much, if you have not been everyone that can speak very well, that will be a large number. Alright, so I would like to give honor to whom honor is due, because in OA we believe that for learning and culture is our motto. Okay, so please make welcome the chairman of this grand occasion, the one in whose trust it was entrusted that this occasion will hold, and he has been doing well so far. Even before meeting him, I've been hearing so well that you have to meet him. You have to meet him. And once I did, I had to go and meet him. I said, sir, I've heard so much about him. Alright, please can we make welcome Professor Charles Buchanan for the opening address. Please keep clapping to the front. Please keep clapping to the front. Please keep clapping. Keep clapping to the front. Keep clapping to the front. God, when? Hey, hey.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Great Ife Debate, as well as members of the management of the university, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to this event. As you've heard from the compare, this is a glorious time in the history of the university. Obafemi University is 60, and we are very excited that we are here. And that staff, students, friends of the university, old boys and old girls all over the world. We're very happy that we are all alive to witness the 60th anniversary celebrations. A whole lot of activities have been lined up for this event. We have just finished the Great Ife Sports Festival, which attracted student participants across 13 faculties, 16 local games, held over 3 weeks. Winners have emerged. Some have lost, but in the spirit of sportsmanship that defines Obafemi Awolowo University, everyone ended up being winners. We have also held the Cultural Festival, again a week-long event showcasing the uniqueness of Obafemi University. It was not by accident that those who started this university gave the motto as for learning and culture. You can be a superstar in terms of learning if you lack culture, if you're not speaking culture and traditions of your people, then you're like a zombie. So we try to train all-round students who will not just be excellent in classroom, but also, carry the torch of the university wherever they go. And I'm very pleased to put on record that our students, our alumni community worldwide, in fact, the story is that if you go anywhere and you don't see a Great Ife alumnus, don't stay there. Something is definitely wrong there. And this is why even those that went to schools like premier universities like Ibadan, they still come for top-up degrees in Ife. And we always willingly accept them. Maybe there are people like that here, including those that went to ADU and ended up in Ife too. So, we're very, very happy to have you at any time. This great special. It's special to me. And I cannot thank the convener, Dr. Bola Senior Fayomi, enough for accepting to lead the process. And I can tell you how this all started, and I'll be very brief. She was away in Italy somewhere. She had this thing. She's very itinerant. I'm probably the only sedentary person around here. So she called me one morning and said, "Prof, I need to talk to you." I said, "Madam, it's very early in the morning, but let's please tell me." She said, "Look, you cannot have this 60th anniversary without certain things happening. Tell me about it." One of the things I accepted to do as a chair on 60th anniversary is I'm very receptive to brilliant ideas. And so she went on and on. She was on the phone for almost 40 minutes with me. And I kept writing profusely. Once she started, I basically stood up, took my notepad, this same notepad, and I probably wrote like 5 pages. And I told her I'll get back to you. This Great Ife Debate is one of the key outcomes of that conversation. And I can't thank her enough, not just for coming up with such brilliant ideas, but also accepting to take responsibility for that process. I am eternally grateful on behalf of every one of us. You might not know what you have done, but I can tell you the candle that you've turned on now is going to burn for a very long time. Thank you so much. One of the commitments that I made to myself, and I told the Vice Chancellor about this when I accepted this responsibility, telling you the story of how I found myself as the chair of the 60th anniversary. It's another story entirely. I had gone to the Vice Chancellor to tell him that, look, Mr. Vice Chancellor, if you're having the 60th anniversary and we don't make noise, we don't blow our trumpet, then we will have failed. The man just looked at me and said, "It is God that directed your path. Sit down." And I'm like, okay, so sit down for what now? I've just told you what I wanted to tell you. I didn't realize that the person who was chair of the celebration had us to travel, to take the long sabbatical. And that offer came 2 weeks to the start of the anniversary itself. So here was May 20th or thereabout, and the event was going to start on June 8th. So I told him I was going to think about it. I was too shocked. And if you ask the Vice Chancellor today, he will tell you that if he ever thought of anyone that will anchor the event, that will be the point man for the 60th anniversary, there's no way he would have thought of it. He said it himself. But once I accepted that responsibility, I was ready to put in everything. And so I thank the university for the support that I've received so far, and I thank everyone that has supported this process. One of the unique things about this 60th anniversary is that we put our students at the center of all the celebrations. Be it sports, be it culture, and this Great Ife Debate. It's very disheartening, of course, that this room is not filled up. But you know, many are called, few are chosen. And I'm hopeful that all of you who have come today to be part of this conversation, to listen to our guest speaker, who, by the way, left his residence at 5 o'clock in the morning from Ibadan to make Ife and still arrive ahead of most of us. I will come back to that in a moment. We made a commitment that students will be at the center of this conversation. Our students, current students, and our alumni. And so when we set out to plan this debate, we had the privilege of working with a student group called the JawJaw Club. The JawJaw Club is the leading student debating club on campus. We are members of JawJaw Club. Can you please rise wherever you are? Stand up. The president of JawJaw Club is there. Where are the other members? Oh, they're all outside. I think at this point, people should not just, there's no need to register anybody. Just let people come inside and sit down and have fun. So we committed ourselves to ensuring that students are the center of our activity, be they current students or old students. And pleased that our relationship with the JawJaw Club has yielded very positive fruits. I think that what the convener basically is doing is to support the students and make them make a decision at every stage about how this process should go. So putting students at the center of this conversation or at the center of all of these events have been, you know, the most important mandate that we've given ourselves, and we're very, very excited about it. So thank you, JawJaw Club president as well as members. We appreciate you. We appreciate all that you have done. Now, to today's event, I'm not in the best position to speak about the process that has happened over time. Perhaps there will be a time when convener or maybe the manager will come and say a few words about it. But I can only say that I am hugely proud to have with us a guest speaker who himself is an old boy of this university. One for whom I'm very, very proud. We finished about the same time when men were boys, literally, when men were boys, in the 80s. And he is the Director General of the Developmental Agenda for Western Nigeria. Thank you so much for accepting to join us at very short. You know, I knew that I've decided not to be frivolous in my invitation. So it's those that I know that will join us or that will accept my invitation that I ask. Even when I ask people for money, I don't ask people who will post me. I ask people who will give me money. So when I called him up, he didn't even bother to argue with me. He said, Charlie, I'll be there. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. Thank you. We're very happy that you're able to make it. We know the situation of our roads, and we thank God that God brought you as well as the team members. One of them, an ex-UI that we are hoping to induct, and the other one, an old girl for whom we are very, very proud of. So thank you so much for coming, and as when we finish, we also wish you safe journey back to your destination. I told you that we're not frivolous about those that we invite. So I called up Professor Farley, and I said, Oga, please, I want you to do something for me. Of course, I was trying to swallow saliva. And the reason is not because he wouldn't accept. I wanted to be sure that he won't clash with any of his programs, because if there's a clash with any of his programs, then he won't be able to join us. But once there's no clash, I knew that he would join us. So Professor Aladefawale, thank you so much for accepting to be with us today. I am looking forward to the conversation that will ensue afterwards, and thank you very, very much. We're very happy to have with us too the director of the Gender Studies, Center for Gender Studies. She is joining us today, and I think it was just also the same short notice. We just told her, I didn't call her myself, I just told Auntie Bola, and I knew that you were not going to say no to Atibola. So I just called Atibola and I said, please, can you inform the acting director of the Center for Gender Study and see whether she'll be able to join us for this conversation. And the reply I got was instant. And it was basically that, oh, yes, why not? You know, that she has accepted. And I cannot thank you enough for accepting to join us at very, very short notice. And I am looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have. Please give her a round of applause. I have said enough. Where is the compare? Please, can you come forward and take this mantle from me? I hope you will all have fun. I hope you all learn one lesson or the other. And I want to also welcome our students who are joining us from different schools. Again, I told you that the intention is not just, we're focusing on students, past and present, but we're also using this opportunity of the 60th anniversary to open our doors to students from primary and secondary schools. So we invited them for relay race, we invited them for soccer games, we invited them for cultural event, we invited them to come and paint. We are also now inviting them to join in this debate. And the whole essence is really that when they come, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, they want to come to Israel. You know, and you know, this is kind of very, very gratifying. I know, yes, I grew up in this university, but I also know what visiting the university with my father in the 70s made in terms of me wanting to come to this university and also become a staff of this university since 1992. So thank you so much, our young boys and girls that are joining us from different schools. I hope you will have fun. And I also would like to finally thank our cultural group who will be entertaining us. I'm looking forward to all of that. I've said enough. There's always that temptation to say. Thank you everyone, and welcome.
Thank you so much. Please can we put our hands together for Professor Charles? Thank you very much. I believe that with what he has said, he has given us an insight into how the journey started and how it is still going. And something he mentioned in his welcome address was about the fact that coming back to do something for the community. So this is a charge to myself and to also my fellow OAG member that we should come back and do something for our Great Ife community. We do recognize the presence of the old students of Ife. Now I have a quick exercise. May I? My Lord, if I may. Yes, I may. Thank you so much. Please, can I have a wave from any old school member of OAG?
Old school member or
yes.
Old boys and girls?
Old, Daddy, you would say boys and girls. Me, I cannot say boys and girls. Yes, I know that our key. Okay, alright, so sir, yes sir, I'm putting you on the spot. Okay, so what is it that, what this generation should know about OAU? I think recently, I was talking to someone and they said, where is Old Buka? I said, if you ask me, I have no idea where that is. Let's stop, where is Old Buka? So that we can answer the question. And what is generation, my generation now should know that existed in Ife in your time, but maybe the building, maybe a park or something.
Okay, thank you.
Tell us your name.
My name is JawJaw. I'm the chair of ICT subcommittee of State University. Old Buka used to be where the current department of music is now, along that path. So that's I graduated about 21 years ago. So now what should the current people know about OAU? In my days in OAU, there's a vibrant student union. We always, anytime, Aluta, we are always happy. And at least we know that by the time we do it 2 or 3 days, they will send us home to go and rest. After studying very, very hard. So we always look forward to that. They can rest. So that's, but these days, at least, having worked here for going to 18 years now, I've not seen vibrant student union, I've not seen intelligent discussion. Because these are students, I studied engineering, And even there is no difference between someone that studied engineering and someone that studied law. Even then, people used to think I'm studying law because any debate we talk, we will make the opinion known. And the one thing about the one thing Ife taught me is that the worst answer you can get is a no. So anytime I'm going for a place, I prepare myself for a no. So I don't get disappointed. So if you tell me yes, I'll be happy. No, that's maybe one of them is that people should become more courageous in the way they approach life issues. That's one thing I learned from Ife. There's no way I can talk and stand bold to make my opinion known. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please can we put our hands together? I like to call it the audience is really good. Alright, and I have another view of what this generation should do about OAU. Yes, another old school member of Ife. Let me give it to Prof.
No, not me. Me.
Prof, we're proud of OAU when you're speaking on this. So I'm sure you have so many memories.
Okay, lots of memories. I grew up as a staff child, so I've been living here since maybe age 3. I remember in particular during our graduate program, we used to meet in front of, Prosperly will know this, we used to meet, he used to be the chief convener informally in front of PG Botry, and we will argue. He had just returned then, and he had this lovely car, this red Sentra, Nissan Sentra, beautiful red, 2 doors. So you cannot ask for a ride to sit at the back. So don't bother to ask him for a ride to sit at the back. But he would always come, we were much more matured, you know, and so we would converge in front of PG Botry and argue. We would argue over issues, you know, very topical issues in Nigeria. The debate will start from the class. Then he will come and join us, and then we will argue, and then everybody will just go, and then we'll continue. We probably will do it once every week. And that culture of debate, you know, that culture of basically arguing, you know, engaging one another in very vibrant conversation was so important to us then, and it's still very important to me. And I know that a lot of us that went through that kind of informal, off-classroom conversation were a lot better. And that was what defined Ife in those days. I'm sure Shea will probably want to say 1 or 2 things about it. That was what defined Ife in those days. There were so many different spaces for very lively conversation about the realities of Nigeria. It was not a conversation about church, about religion. It was not about, you know, spilling over the conference center and having fellowship, which I don't mind. Okay, I'm not saying it's not right. But that culture of debating is becoming very few and far apart in this university. I really wish it can come back. I really wish we can bring it back. But it looks to me that the kind of things that young people are interested in today, you know, are completely different from, you know, some of the things, you know, that we're interested in then. We would ask very important questions about why is it that the country is like this? Why is it that there's no light? Why is it that a mother will go to have a baby and die while giving birth to a baby? Those are the kind of conversations. Why do we have very serious governance challenges? Why is our security dilemma? And things have not grown this bad, you know, as it is now. But those were the kind of conversation in different spaces that we will always have. And of course, at the end of the day, we'll go to Old Buka and we'll eat lafun with Eron. Eron, meaning that you just, because we couldn't afford meat. So you go there and then ask for lafun, Eron. I have a friend who will ask for Efumi lafun at Ejo. Everybody knows that the snake does not have legs. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come to that end together for Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know something that Prof said is, now, linking it with his welcome address is that it is rare to find an OAU alumnus who doesn't have this courage to speak, who doesn't, now the fact that he said they will gather and just talk towards the change in Nigeria. Do we still do that? If we are arguing too much, I myself, and I pretended to leave. Alright, so when Prof was giving his opening address, he made mention of keynote people that we lost. Okay, so to further portrait on those that are with us, also gathered here, and we'll be bringing up Ms. Tolu Lokwe Omutayo, who is the manager of this event.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. So what I want to do here is to recognize the dignitaries and guest speakers and amazing individuals that we have here today. So first of all, in absentia, I would love to appreciate the Vice Chancellor of this Obafemi Awolowo University, Professor Eyitoke Ogunbodede. Also, I would love to recognize the chairman for this great occasion, Professor Charles UKJ. Please give me a round of applause. I would also love to welcome the convener of this Great Ife Debate, Dr. Bola Simeon Fayemi. I would like to welcome the keynote speaker, Director General of the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, Sheye Oyedeye. Please give me a round of applause. I would like to welcome Professor Alade Fawole, Professor of International Relations, one of the best departments on campus. I want to also welcome Dr. Olufunmilayo Banjo and our staff from the Director of Center for Gender Studies and Policy Development. You're welcome, ma'am. I want to welcome the distinguished lecturer from Obafemi Awolowo University. We recognize you. Great Ife students.
Great.
You are welcome. We want to welcome every one of you. Thank you for gracing this occasion. A round of applause for yourselves, please. I want to welcome the Great Ife Debate volunteers and the OAU's assisting volunteers. You are all welcome. Please give them a round of applause. Don't be tired of clapping. We'd love to also welcome the Great Debate participants. Thank you so much for coming. I want to welcome the Gabel Club members and the cultural groups, Oni Cultural Group. Please give them a round of applause. I want to welcome the secondary school students in Ile-Ife. We have with us the OAU International School, and we also have the Difference Academy. A round of applause for them, please. And so I want to welcome every amazing individuals here. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Thank you for leaving one thing or the other to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oloka. Thank you very much. Alright, in 1 minute, I want us all to do something. Please, can you wave your phones at me if you brought it? Surely you brought it. Your mobile devices. Awesome. So I can see that this image has been going around. At least I saw it. I saw it as SUV in fact. Alright, so if you have it on your phone as an e-flyer, can you post on your status? Can you post on any OAU related group you are in? So far, you are not prohibited from posting anyway. So please can we share this to our IFE community right about now. Thank you so much. And I'm sure the way you can verse for SU elections is the same way you can do this. Can we? Shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, shall we do this? If you have done so, can you wave at me? Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This side, do I have anybody doing that? Thank you so much. Are people wearing the great thing? You're not supposed to carry it on your head. You see? You have done that. Thank you so much. Can we do a reminder? A subtle reminder about that. Thank you very much. Alright. So, Prof also mentioned that this event is in commemoration of the 60th anniversary and was done with the Gavel Club OAU. I myself want to know what Gavel Club is about. And to tell us about this, I'll be bringing up the president of the Gavel Club, Obafemi Awolowo University, Miss Oluwatobi Shile. Please, I'm put our hands together for this radiant young woman. Thank you so much. If the shoes for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Hope we're all doing fine. So my name is Oluwatobi Afani Shile, not Oluwatobi Shile. And I'm the founder and president of Gavel Club OAU. So basically, she said she wants to know what Gavel Club OAU is, and I'm sure some people are just caring about it. By the way, that's our logo. There. Is it? To the right. So Campus Club OAU basically is a public speaking club on campus. Professor has already introduced us, but we don't just deal with debating, basically every aspect of public speaking. And for the sake of this morning's presentation, I will be giving us a training on public speaking. One common question people ask me when I say, like I have a lot of portfolios, but when I say, oh, I'm the founder and president of WWU, is that, why did you choose to, is it incorporate a public speaking club on campus when you're in your final year? And really to answer that, I tell them a story. In part 3, there was this in tech, by the way, we have a lot of seminars and a lot of presentations that we have to do. And I'm a very confident lady. I was prepared. I went, and on the stage there, I had terrible stage fright, which really doesn't happen to me. And I mean, this is academics. I did not pass like I thought I would. And I realized a lot of students are actually battling with public speaking. I kind of did a survey on campus and I realized one skill that is very important in the outside world, but is not really taught in school in that sense of it, at least not consciously, is public speaking. And I was like, my God, I'm a solution provider. Why can't we just incorporate a club that focuses on this problem? And start a club OAU. So really that's why the club was founded on campus. This is another one. So I said earlier that I'll position us on public speaking, and by the way, this is a training. I want it to be as interactive as possible. So I might just be pointing. Okay, I might not point at myself, I'll just be pointing at least to people here. I'm sure you've all heard of the word public speaking before. If you've heard of public speaking, can you just wave? You've all heard of public speaking. So, ma'am, what is your definition of public speaking? When you hear public speaking, what comes to mind? Yes, ma'am.
What comes to mind when I hear public speaking? Anytime you are a chance to speak in the public, it's not necessarily a presentation, but then if you are going to be speaking anywhere that more than one or two people are, then that's what.
Thank you so much. Please can you have a round of applause? Please can you also explain is it the meaning of the word public speaking, what you understand by? Yes, sir, you.
Public speaking basically means delivering a public address to an audience.
Thank you so much. Please can you just give me a round of applause? And please, I want to incorporate this. When people speak, we should give them, just laugh at them, really, because it's not easy to speak in front of people, especially in an audience like this. Not everybody is great with the ability to speak. So they've actually said it all. Public speaking is when you speak before an audience. And really, public speaking is not when you, let's say your audience is 1,000 people, 50 people. You can speak with your mom. It's called public speaking. Anything that involves you communicating with somebody else is public speaking. And we have different forms of public speaking. There is the persuasive public speaking. I actually started with this because of the Great Debate. Okay, let me who has an idea of what persuasive public speaking means from the definition of the word persuasive public speaking? You, sir. Sorry, I'm close now. Yes, sir, you.
For me, I think persuasive public speaking would be trying to speak to an audience to convince them of a point, or to show them why a point of view is correct.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. It really justice to me. Really, that's what persuasive public speaking is. When you are speaking to a set of people so as to buy them into your idea. And that's really the whole essence of debate. Debate is a form of persuasive public speaking. We also have informative public speaking. Hope I'm taking notes because at the end, the way I'm randomly calling us, I will just call you, name the 4 types of public speaking that we have. So we also have informative public speaking? Who has an idea? Let me just point it again. You, sir, what is your knowledge or what can you say from at least the word informative public speaking? Yes, I am.
Informative public speaking is the ability to deliver information on what you're talking about that people don't know or people are not really sure about.
Thank you so much. Exactly. What I'm doing right now is informative public speaking. I'm teaching us on public speaking. When we also have demonstrative public speaking. Let me take from that role. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay. Please, can you give the mic to her? What do you understand by demonstrative public speaking?
It's basically when you teach an audience how to do a specific thing. That's my understanding.
Please, can we just give her a round of applause? We have brains here. Can we give ourselves a round of applause, please? That is amazing. Really, when you are teaching some people and you're demonstrating it, like, let's say we have maybe advanced training or something like that, and you are demonstrating and people are around you and you are speaking to them. Really, that's what is called demonstrative public speaking. And the last public speaking that we have is ceremonial public speaking. That is when you are opportunity to speak in a ceremony, like what I'm doing, what our chairman did, what you do maybe during weddings for the ones that want to get married like me, maybe at birthday. I believe we've even all done this thing at one point in our lives or the other. So those are the 4 forms of public speaking that we have. Then really, for the sake of public speaking, we have 5 elements that I want us to take note of. The first element is the speaker. That is yourself. When you are giving a speech or when you are supposed to speak to some people, and in this time I mean a formal setting, there are things that you in yourself you need to take note of. And please, who can tell me number 1 thing that you need to take note of as a speaker when you are supposed to speak? Okay, thank you so much. Your audience, good. Another thing that you need to take note of in yourself as a speaker. Okay, no other person. The number 1 thing really is your dressing. You need to dress the part. If I'm supposed to give this speech and you see me dressed in slippers, let's say I'm just shabbily dressed, really, I would not command attention on a more serious note. And that kind of way has given you an impression of me. So the number 1 thing you need to take off, note of, when you are set, when they say, okay, you are supposed to give it. I mean, look at our guest speaker, he's well dressed. Imagine him coming and he's wearing one very baggy jean and it's just no sir, not you, am I? No sir. Imagine him just dressed shavishly. Really, we will not respect him as a person, don't like him as a name. So please, number 1 thing you take off of your dress, you need to dress the part. Then the second element, like you said, is your audience. See, when you are giving a speech, it's not for you, it's for them. A lot of people can be so engrossed in themselves that they forget the people they are speaking to. The way you speak to an audience of, say, teenagers, is different from the way you speak to an audience of maybe, say, 50 years and above. It's different from the way you speak to toddlers. So you need to understand your audience because in itself, that is actually what will even guide your speech. Let's say you are giving a debate for our debate contestants. They knew that, okay, this was the topic. They knew their audience. Let's say your audience was maybe teenagers. There's a way you don't speak. It probably would have affected your grade. So you need to be conscious of your audience. The third thing or the third element is your message. See, I've seen people give speeches that was just terrible. I'm like, you should have just sat down, you should have not said anything. Because they don't understand the topic they were talking about. So you need to understand your message. And in that book, there's something we always say, practice. And I'm sure we even know the essence of practicing. We are starting exams next week. We are reading. For people like me, I like to write, answer questions right. So know that, okay, though you actually know what you are reading. So the exam is for practice. You don't just
assume a topic. You practice and practice. You understand the message. I've been it was in a conference, and I don't forget. I think the man was giving a topic on technology, right? And he was giving an illustration, and he was talking about hairdressing. And in my mind, I was like, you relate it. It seems as if it's knowledgeable. And he just stopped there. And it was not me. Everybody were confused, like, what is he saying? So you need to understand your message. You need to be clear on that. The first thing I want to say is your channel. The way you speak when it's a physical gathering really is different from the way you speak when you are supposed to give a speech online. Because usually when it is online, except for the ones that are committed, it's really difficult to hold the attention of people. So you need to understand the platform. You need to understand where you are coming from. Then the last thing I want to talk about is feedback. When you are giving a speech, it's very important that you have feedback from the audience. And for the sake of this presentation, I want to just teach us quickly on storytelling. Storytelling is a form of public speaking. I'm sure that we've heard people speak for hours and it seems like 30 minutes. Most times, not all the time, they use stories. Sometimes the whole thing is even a story. So we need to understand storytelling. And some things I want us to take note of when it comes to storytelling is, number one, we need to be confident. There is no way, even generally when giving a speech or when you are supposed to address a set of people, you need to elude confidence. Even if you are nervous, don't like to show. Nervousness is normal. I mean, we are all humans. Then the second thing we need to know is we should be careful of the...
Okay, don't let me go there. But please, we need to be very careful of our tone of voice. We need to take note of our voice. When we're giving a story, sometimes we use audible pauses. Just allow people to soak it in and just let them soak what you just said in. And that brings to my fourth point, audible pauses. Don't be so fast. Don't be so rushy. Let people follow you. I said something about feedback. Be sure that they're actually following what you said. So in summary, really, public speaking is a skill that we all need to learn. As students, when we go out there, one thing that we use to sell ourselves very fast is really how we can speak and how well we can articulate our thoughts effectively on the spot. So please, for the ones that, in fact, let me even follow my club. So please, Gavel Club OAU is focused on this. If you don't necessarily have to join Gavel Club OAU, just be conscious, be very deliberate on you building yourself up in public speaking. Because some things that have allowed some sets of people to be promoted, these are people that maybe do 9 to 5 jobs, is how well they can speak, how well they can communicate to people, and how well these people can listen to them. So please, this is just an admonition. Let us, each and every one of us, let us try as much as possible to be conscious of how well we learn public speaking as a skill. Let it be something that we are very intentional about, not something that it comes. Stand in front of the mirror, give yourself a topic, and speak on it. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll be having the dance troupe. I want to tell you things we have in store for us. We have the dance troupe coming up, we have the debate session coming up, and of course, we have intellectual discussion coming up. So I don't know which part intrigues you the most, but for me, it is everything in one. Okay, and once again, I want to remind us of the theme of this event, the Nigerian question. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Alright, I want to remind us of the theme of this event, the Nigerian question, JawJaw, not more. The Nigerian question, JawJaw.
ọmọ lágbàáyọ̀ ṣì mọ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ mú olúwa.
Round one.
Please can we put our hands together for the dance troupe? Can we put our hands together for the dance troupe? Thank you so much. Okay, I want to emphasize why they came up. It's not just for entertainment. It is not just for entertainment. They came here for education and also to show us how our culture should be done. Because if we don't preserve our culture, we will. Alright? And we are celebrating the Great Ife Debate. In as much as we're celebrating 60 years of greatness, I want you to know that it's also a program about the Great Ife Debate. And to give us a snippet of what the Great Ife Debate has been about, and even more to come, right in this event, okay, before the main speaker comes up, alright, to give us a snippet of the Great Ife Debate, are going to be three powerful speakers. I stand. Okay, but first off, this is what the Great Ife Debate says when they meet. Talk your own. Make I talk my own. Where's the Great Ife people? Alright, teach me now. Okay, I'll be corrected. Face, again. Please, members of the Great Ife Debate stand up. Okay, I can see a movement here. Please stand up proud in your t-shirt. Okay, stand tall. Are we ready to do this chant together? Are we ready? You want to warm up your voices, you want to clear your throat. Are we ready? On the count of 1, 2, 3.
Face me, I face you. Talk your own.
This energy, you have to warm. You have to shake your body. Move. I'm up now. Move. Shake your body. Again. 1, 2, 3.
Face me, I face you. Talk your own.
Okay, so I will say face me, I face you. You will respond. Let's go again. Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
Even if I talk rubbish, you will answer. Say talk your own. Whatever I say, answer me. Are we ready? Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
Even if I'm saying my own.
Talk your own.
Even if I'm shy about it.
Talk your own.
And even if you want to talk about it.
Talk your own.
Face me, make I face you.
Talk your own.
Alright, do we understand? Great Ife Debate, we are making this to everybody, okay? So all of us are joining in the chant right now. Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
Where's that hear me that let me open prayer? Okay, I want to hear your voice. You know I hear your voice now. Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
All of us together. Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
Face me, I face you.
Talk your own.
For the last time, face me, I face you. Alright, so to give us a snippet of the great, please have a seat. Thank you so much. So to give us a snippet of the Great Ife Debate team, I'll be calling up Adebimpe Orenikeji. Fatima. Thank you so much. Victor, Toby, and Babalola Grace, Oluwabusayo. Please come put our hands together for them. Great Ife Debate, celebrate your own people. Celebrate your own people. Celebrate your own people. Thank you so much, Tima. Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you so much, Grace.
Fatima, and I'm one of the participants for the Great Ife Debate, and it has actually been very, very beautiful and enlightening because of all the topics you've been giving. But right now, I'm here to talk about the Nigerian question about security challenge. Who are we to blame, or how exactly can we have conversations around it? So for me personally, I believe that the government actually has a whole lot to do when it comes to the security challenge. Because the very first thing, or the very first basic instinct that every individual has is the instinct of survival. We realize that the poverty level has actually raised in Nigeria right now. And as a result of that, you see instances where citizens themselves are actually putting other citizens in a very, very tight situation, like stealing their stores or anything of that sort. But also secondly, we talk about the idea of banditry that exists in the northern states, which in a way has actually increased as a result of the government's lackadaisical attitude towards it. So you have instances where the federal government is the one that is necessarily in charge of the security apparatus, that is the police. The states themselves necessarily do not have that power to actually control them. And we think that the very best way in which this can actually be done is by ensuring that state government actually puts in place the security apparatus to ensure that the security security challenges are actually tackled. But lastly also is how every single individual here actually has a role to play or a duty to play in ensuring that security is something, and in ensuring that the insecurity challenges that we have in Nigeria is one that actually tackles this. So we have instances where there's a need for us to come forward to call out individuals that we see that are engaging in all of these activities to ensure that Nigeria becomes a safer place and a safer a safer place and a safer environment for every single one of us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tomini Kenya Victor, and I must confess that this intellectual journey has been a wonderful thing to me, and I would like to speak on the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. The first thing to bring to the table when we discuss the issue of insecurity in Nigeria is to actually look into the keyword, which is insecurity. Security, means a situation whereby one can actually say, okay, I want to sleep in my house with my eyes closed. I want to sleep in my house with my doors open. But it is quite unfortunate that this is not actually the case in Nigeria. But whenever we are talking about insecurity in Nigeria, we can actually come to the conclusion that Nigeria has been, in this pandemonic situation whereby everyone's right has been infringed upon. We can't actually sleep in a house with our eyes closed anymore. We can't actually go from one place to the another anymore because of the challenges of insecurity. But it's quite unfortunate that instead of addressing this issue, the government are there doing the other thing. The government are there addressing some other things that are not important. And in addressing the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, we have to know the root cause of insecurity, part of which are unemployment. You can all believe with me that one of the things that has actually necessitated a situation whereby the atmosphere is not palatable for each and every one of us to live under is job unemployment. If the youths are gainfully employed, you will all agree with me that there won't be a situation whereby some persons will indulge in frivolous activities. Some persons won't, hide under the canopy of, okay, we want to destroy Nigeria. We don't want to look into a situation whereby we can actually provide solutions to the progress, sustainability of Nigeria. We can actually look around, most especially in our universities, monotechnics and polytechnics, colleges of education. People are graduating, students are graduating, yet there is no job for them. How do you now want such persons to now think or sit down and reason on the ways by which the country can move forward? There is a popular adage that says a hungry person is an angry person. So when there is no job opportunity, when there are no job opportunities rather, people will actually go into criminal activities. The second thing we have to look into is poverty. The rate at which people are suffering in Nigeria is at an alarming rate. People are wallowing in abject poverty at the expense of some persons stealing our monies, embezzling government funds and taking them abroad. We have our governments to blame, we have our leaders to blame. We've given them the mandate to represent us, but instead they are doing the other way around. I think with this viewpoint of man, I've been able to identify the problems of insecurity in Nigeria and the way by which we can actually make that in the world. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Babala Grace. I've been a participant in this Great Ife Debate, and it has been such a great opportunity. Thank you very much to all the organizers. So we are here to JawJaw, not to war, and we are talking about the topic of the Nigerian question, the problem of security. So now we know about the funny headlines that even as got broken into. Police station is closing by 4 p.m. for security reasons. So we say, people are traveling on the roads, they carry 2 people from inside the car, they enter into the forest, now you're looking for them. You have to drop them in, They kidnap our pastor now, the church members of the church have to start looking for 10 million naira or 3 million naira so that they will release their pastor. Okay, this is what we've been dealing with. Okay, our people came, they're trying to do their own, they solve our issue, okay. Now they stop those ones that be okay. Sunday got one in Ibadan, they started killing people in Ibadan, he came, he said, okay, it's going to face this government. And who is stronger between you and the government? We'll see for this era. Okay, now he has been kidnapped because he has been arrested after all the Church, and where are we? Even yesterday, if you read Punch newspaper, they still kidnap another citizen, they still kidnap another civilian. Is that the way we'll continue to appear? Of course, I'm here to blame the government. But you and I, we have our parts to play. I believe that if the university would start to organize workshops and people would become more enlightened on what exactly security really means and what you can do to ensure that you are securing your life and your property. Because does the government really care? Maybe they will care eventually, but before they start to care, let us care now and let us talk about how exactly you are going to be closing your doors and giving your family members coffee. I don't care if you are living in Benin City by this time, 6 p.m., you must already be back into this house. Because now I'm tired of just them dropping dead bodies of people, their eye body is gone now, it's the tongue that is gone, or they've cut off this internal part of the person's body. Ritualists. So our police officers also, there's a lot of work that we need to do. We need to organize workshops. If the universities, can organize seminars and actually reach out and give back to the community and talk to people about what exactly we need to do about this security. I believe that what started with you and I will indeed have changed Great Ife, will indeed have changed Nigeria, and then we begin to change the world. Thank you very much.
Please can we put our hands together for the Great Ife Debate. I believe that with their viewpoint, we will be able to see the problems in Nigeria and how their words are powerful enough to change this country. Alright, so now we'll be having the intellectual discussion. I want us to have an open mind to receive. I want us to have an open mind to learn even better than before. Okay, and to take the citation of our guest speaker for today to tell us the stuff that is made up of is none other but the president of the Development Club herself, Ms. Oluwatobi. Please can we put our hands together in the back? And we'll master it till I get it.
Shay Oyelaya is a strategic management expert and human resource manager who has worked in senior management positions both in the private and public sector in Nigeria and Europe for over 20 years. He has served in various capacities in the United Kingdom Civil Service and local government, ranging from Ministry of Agriculture to the Department of Work and Pensions and the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham and London Borough of Hampton. Cheyi has served in senior management capacities. Okay, so please will you stand? Thank you.
A round of applause for him.
Cheyi has served in senior managerial capacities at Almatech Group, Blue Oil Management Consultants, and Leadership Academy, and the T.Y. Danjuma Foundation as the Group Head, Human Resource and Corporate Strategy. He is currently the Director General of the Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission. The organization set up by the 6 states in the southwest Nigeria to manage their regional development corporation. Cheyi attended Loyola College, Ibadan for his secondary education. He proceeded to obtain his first degree in history at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. A round of applause, please. A master's degree in European International Relations and Strategic Studies from the University of North London, now London Metropolitan University. A postgraduate diploma in Human Capital Management, also from London Metropolitan University, an LLB Law degree from the University of East London. A round of applause. He practically read everything. He has also attended various courses in strategic management, human capital management, and development studies, both in the UK and Nigeria. He recently attended a course on creating public value at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government 2019 class. With a round of applause, and can we all stand up, please? Let's welcome our guest speaker.
our discussants for today. And bringing up stage, I would like us to welcome Dr. Olufunmilayo Banjo, who is the director of the Gender Policy Study. Dr. Olufunmilayo Banjo. Please can we put our hands together for her, Dr. Ma. Thank you so much. All right. Also, I'd like to bring up Professor Fawale Alade, Professor in International Relations. Professor Alade Fawale. Apologies, sir. Professor Alade Fawale. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, and to lead the discussion of this panel is none other but the chairman of this occasion, Professor Charles Ukeje. Please can we put our hands together? Please can we put our hands together? If you know you've not read up together, more than I need to get together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mr. DJ, thank you very much. Everyone, I want to welcome us again to this session of the program. It's the main highlight of today's event, and I have a distinguished panel of eminent Nigerians who will be speaking to us. The guest speaker himself will take the floor, and he will deliver his keynote. And then it will be my pleasure to welcome Professor Alade Fawale, W. Alade Fawale, as well as Dr. Olufunmilayo Banjo, to respond to the keynote. And after that, we'll spend a little bit, I'll be moderating a kind of conversation between the audience as well as members of the panel, excluding me, of course. I'm hoping that it will be as interactive as possible, and without taking much of your time, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Sheye Kwele, the DG of the Dawn, to please take the, you probably want to use the podium. Please, a round of applause for him. Do you have an idea how long it's going to take? How long would you like to speak? 20 minutes. That's awesome. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor KJ. Good afternoon, Great Ife. Let me start by standing on existing protocols, by thanking the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eyitope Modede, I always mix it up. I used to have a teacher, Mr. Modede, so many years. Thanking him for this invitation. I would also like to thank my mom who is here, Professor Alade Fawale. Thank you for taking time out to come and listen to my gibberish, because I'm not an expert. And Madam, thank you very much for also honoring Charles's invitation at a very short notice, because he roped me in at a short notice as well. He knew I couldn't say no anyway. But it is an honor and privilege to stand before Great Ife. As Charles must have told you, my formative years, I call it my formative years, I was roundly molded in Ife. I was quite young when I came into Ife. I graduated before I turned 21. I wasn't 21 when I graduated. And I graduated in 1988.
But Ife molded me, and wherever you go, as Professor Okeje said, if there is no Ife person there, leave the place. And in my travels all over the world, and I have traveled a few places, I was out of the country for the better part of 20 years. I encountered Ife people everywhere. And you know, the good thing about the anthem was when we were in Ife, we didn't have that anthem. But it resonated with all of us that anywhere we go, once you hear that anthem, you have goosebumps. You stand, you jump. I think at least once a week I must play it on YouTube. That's how much I love the anthem. But I'm very excited to stand before you to speak on what I titled JawJaw, Not War. But before I actually go into the paper, I want to congratulate Ife for one thing I noticed this morning stroke afternoon. Because it's very easy to take it for granted. But if you watch your TV and follow the events in Afghanistan, you won't take what I'm about to say for granted. I can see the prominence you've given our young ladies on this campus, even with this program. And I want you to please give yourselves a round of applause. It is very, very, very important to mention this. The MC, the young lady, the manager here, the young lady, some of the presenters, ladies. For me, that portends a bright future for this country. I say this guardedly, that I believe that Nigeria will be on the right path the day we start putting leaders in Asoro. That's just my ladies in Asoro, not just leaders. Some of the best countries in the world are ruled by ladies anyway, or governed by ladies, because there's a difference between ruling and governing or administering. But once again, I want to congratulate you for that, because I noticed it. And you might think, oh, it's just simple. Just visit Afghanistan now and see what they're doing to the ladies over there. Once again, congratulations. And for the Gavel Club, yeah? Welcome. Charles must have told you that when we were in Ife, there was no internet. There were no mobile phones. We spent hours debating, talking with each other. There's a difference between talking to, talking with. There's a difference. In Nigeria, our leaders don't talk with us. They just talk to us and walk away. So there's a difference. So when we were in school, you read all the magazines of those days, Temple, News, Tell, the international ones, Economist, Time, Newsweek. Whatever you read there, you come back and become an authority in engaging your colleagues. But we debated for hours. I remember our room there. We would sit in the room, we would debate till 1, 2 a.m. before we go to bed. As I said, in those days, there was no internet or mobile phones to distract us. But modern technology has also brought in a lot of distractions that today, the art of debating, it's gradually going extinct. That's why I was excited when I was invited to this occasion. And I want you to view the context of my paper in that light, the benefits of debate. From the paper, you'll see that I've tried to play a bit of devil's advocate, not being judgmental in some of the things I said there. All I'm trying to bring out in this paper is to espouse the virtues of debate, getting your point across without necessarily reverting or resorting to violence. A healthy debate. Debates brings out ideas, and ideas, they say, rule the world. So, as I said, JawJaw and not war. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Sheyo Ile, Director General at Dawn Commission. Dawn stands for Development Agenda for Western Nigeria. Was set up by the 6 southwest states, Lagos, Oyo, Ondo, Osun, and Ekiti, to basically midwife regional cooperation, or we're using the lighter, simpler word, the 6 states agreed to cooperate with each other because they share the same border, they most likely have the same culture. The challenges they face usually the same. So they felt that they can have a body, organization that can make that working together very effective. We are based in Ibadan. We've been there since 2013. It is not a political organization, purely developmental think tank for the region. We do a lot of work, anything from agri to health to security, education, anything you can think of. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the Western Nigeria Security Network, that we all call Amotekun. It came out of our office to the governors. So Amotekun was birthed at Dawn Commission. So anywhere you see Amotekun, you should remember Dawn Commission. Once again, thank you for inviting me. And let me go straight to the paper. It shouldn't be more than 20 minutes or less. The Nigerian question, JawJaw, not war. Nigeria is indeed going through one of its most troubling times in its history. The menace caused by Boko Haram and its splintered group, Islamic State in West African province, ISWAP, in the northwest and northeast. The rampaging bandits wreaking havoc in north central. The incessant farmers' harvest clashes. Kidnapping occurring practically across the country. These are all worsened by the socio-economic situation of the country, where over 10 million children are out of school, over 20 million people are unemployed, where we have a paltry GDP per capita of $2,097 and a life expectancy of 54 years. There have consequently been secessionist calls from different groups in the southwest and southeast in particular, because of all the problems I mentioned briefly, thinking that, look, all these problems are insurmountable. Let's break away. Once we go away, we'll get into El Dorado and our problems are all solved. We'll get to that. These negative realities have led some to absurdly call for the declaration of war to resolve national challenges. It's not unusual to go on social media in today's Nigeria and find a section of the country saying they are prepared to go to war just in order for them to stand alone. However, what this proves is their poor comprehension of history amidst their thirst for blood. No country or group has totally benefited from war. There's a lot more to gain from negotiations and diplomacy than charging ahead into a fruitless war. As I said, the context of this paper, and I'm not being judgmental on some of the things I've said, but the context is why I believe debate, talking, of which you have been encouraged to do with these debating sessions, is more important than just shedding blood. During the course of our colonization, there were many instances where we disagreed with the British. Some led to riots, and please, don't get me wrong, those riots might have been childhood necessity. The Aba women riots, for example, they were pushed to the wall. The riots or the protests led by Mrs. Ransom Kuti against the tax. Again, those are necessities. But as I said, the context is, and I don't want to miss that context, is we're trying to highlight why we should encourage ourselves to keep debate. So I said, during our colonization, there were many instances where we disagreed with the British. However, our founding fathers, a lot of them in particular, chose to be civil and invited the colonial masters to the negotiation table despite and in spite of several provocations. Some of them are slammed into jails, but they stuck to their guns by saying, let us go to that table and talk. So, again, I will give some evidences. This is evidence in the constitutional conferences that were held as an example prior to independence. So we had the Ibadan Constitutional Conference of 1950. We had the London Talks of 1953, the Lancaster House Conference of 1758. As a result of the Ibadan Conference, for example, the framework of regional government was laid, which led to increased powers for regional assemblies. For those of you who don't know, we used to have regional governments in Nigeria. We did start with 36 states. It used to be Northern region, Western region, Eastern region, and later they had the Midwest region. The Western region of whole is what we have today under non-commission. Well, partially, because Lagos was standalone. We need to be very careful. But why did I bring that up? All those conferences were, at those conferences, they didn't go with guns or arms and ammunition or chaps or amulets. They went with their intellect to negotiate, trying to talk their post-colonial masters to go away. That was the essence of those conferences I mentioned. So I said, as a result of the Ibadan conference, the framework of regional government was laid, which led to increased powers for the regional assemblies. It generally provided an opportunity for Nigerians to participate in the colonial government and have a say in the way they were governed. The 1953 London Talks, which birthed the Little State Constitution, permitted the regions to decide on when to achieve self-government. Again, they got into that stage of negotiating when they wanted independence. As I said, I'm not discountenancing the fact that prior to all these conferences, there were skirmishes here and there. When I'm focusing on the debate, the intellectual part where they engage UEBOs, as we used to call them. Now, the Lancaster House Conference of 1758 set the date for independence of Nigeria and established the creation of a bicameral legislature at the center. Bicameral means there are two assemblies, two parliaments. Because I don't want to all assume that we're all political science or law students here. Now, if the founding fathers had decided to use purely force or violence to achieve the goal of independence, there is no telling what would have happened, because they decided to approach the challenge of independence from the British through negotiations and logic. We were able to have a seamless and, I won't call it violence-free, but violence was not preponderant. You cannot compare what Algeria went through to get their own independence with our own experience here in Nigeria. For students of history, we can Google struggles of Algeria that eventually led to the Algerian independence. Many lives were lost, but ours was different. Although some have then argued that maybe that's why in quotes today, we've been a bit docile with our governments, but that's a story for another. Now, although what came next after independence is a perfect example of how failure to negotiate and be civil can lead to disaster. And in our case, this disaster is the Nigerian Civil War. It may be argued that General Yakubu Gowon and Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Ojukwu met in Aburi, Ghana, to prevent the civil war, but that ultimately failed, and the civil war eventually began, lasting for 3 years, killing millions of people and displacing close to 10 million people. That was again failure of negotiation. They went to Aburi, they agreed, spoke, but a particular part reneged and didn't agree and decided to do something else. Now, let me jump forward and go to the Rwandan Civil War that occurred in the early 90s, 1992 to 94. Now, the egregious Rwandan genocide also took place. Where, and listen to this, the Rwandan genocide of 1994, within a space of 100 days, over 800,000 members of the Tutsi and some moderate Hutus were slaughtered ruthlessly. Now, today, I'm sure you've been reading the papers, oh, Rwanda, how nice, how... A few years ago, it wasn't like that. As I said, in the space of 100 days, 800 people were slaughtered. 800,000 were slaughtered. I went to Kigali immediately after the civil war, after the genocide. I don't want to call it civil war, because I was part of an advanced party, then still working in the British government. I will have to go to Kigali to get ready for aid to now come in. And my image of Kigali till tomorrow is the smell or the stench of blood as we landed at the airport. Everywhere, all you smell in the air was blood. We're driving on the road. We've been seeing dead bodies all over the place. Because failure of negotiation. 800,000 killed in 100 days. Ironically, most wars are brought to an end by the same mechanism that could have averted this in the first place: negotiation and diplomacy. The American Civil War is one of such examples. The Civil War began in 1861 after decades of tensions between the northern and southern states over slavery, states' rights and westward expansion. The election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860 led 7 of the southern states to secede and form the Confederate States of America. The war was the costliest and deadliest in America's history, which was fought on American soil, as it left about 620,000 soldiers killed and millions others injured. Following the surrender of the Confederate States, there were deliberations about the structure of the country after the war. Deliberations. So they came back now to start talking. Similarly, the First World War was as a result of failure to see a situation from somebody else's point of view, and eventually having to settle things at the negotiations table after a war. The war, also known as the Great War, began in 1914 after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria. Now, due to the advancements in military technology and the horrors of trench warfare, there was unparalleled levels of carnage and destruction. Again, millions died. On the 28th of June 1919, Germany and the Allied nations signed the Treaty of Versailles, formally ending the war. Now, conflict is innate as humans, and I've had that again this morning. To be alive is to be in conflict with oneself. The struggle we go through to make decisions every day exemplifies this. As beings bedeviled with conflict, it becomes inevitable for conflict to arise when in contact with another human being. However, there are different strategies that can be employed to prevent such conflicts from becoming violent and leading to devastating, irreversible consequences. It's always said that the failure of negotiations, the moment you resort to shooting each other, you start claiming lives. When you then go back to that negotiating table, those lives cannot be brought back. Douglas Alexander, a former member of the UK Parliament and a fellow at the Harvard School of Government, believes disagreement is good, but only when carried out appropriately. Now, the following tips that may be followed to disagree better. I'll list about 5 or 6 tips that if you take that away, I believe the art of healthy debates will be sustained. Number 1, you do not have to agree. You do not have to agree. According to Harvard Professor Arthur Brooks, who is also the author of Love Your Enemies, the first step to disagreeing better is not to agree. He says it is important that we do not agree on everything, and it's perfectly fine if we permanently disagree. The professor argues that the world will be quite boring if we all had the same opinion. Disagreeing itself is not the problem, it's how we disagree. If we all agree, I call that the peace of the graveyard. Number 2, do not aim for the middle ground. That's another point of view. It's saying disagreeing without falling out is not all about compromise. Do not aim for the middle ground. Splitting the difference is not the answer when you disagree. Instead, we have to work hard to find a common ground. Common ground does not necessarily mean middle ground. This may be shared experiences, passions, or hopes, despite whatever differences exist. Number 3, how you talk is better than what you talk about. The way we talk about something is more important than the specific topic at hand. If your goal is always to cancel out what the other person says and constantly putting them down during conversation, the energy and attention of both parties is immediately turned away from the topic of discussion to the emotions that are aroused due to the insults and the diversion of tactics used. Number 4, speak truthfully. In order to form meaningful relationships and be relaxed with people who have opposing views to ours, total honesty is important. Although difficult and in certain cases uncomfortable, honesty is a prerequisite for progress. We may want to avoid certain topics and even lie about how we feel about such topics, but we should resist such temptation and approach our arguments with honesty. Be frank. Let the person understand your point of view. Number 5, listen intently and aim for empathy. Honest conversations usually involve listening intently and speaking truthfully. To listen with intent is to be an active listener. One of the things I've seen on social media is that we don't listen anymore. You just read the headline and you become an expert. In the days of Twitter, before it was banned 100 days ago, once you read a one-line tweet from someone, you suddenly become an expert. You don't even want to read the body. I've seen, and unfortunately our journalists call people here, the headline will be totally different from the body of what they are reporting. But unfortunately, how many people read the body? So, the headline will say, Buhari is this. When you start reading, you'll now be asking yourself, what is the correlation between the head and the body? So, avoid putting yourself above the other person. Beyond listening intently, we need to be curious, open, and try to experience empathy. Can you put yourself in their shoes and see things the way you do? Don't want to forget that what we are talking about is the benefits of debate in a growing society and how it applies to the Nigerian question. Show size, and I'll set number 6 here. Dial down the rhetoric and rein in the insult. Rein as in R-E-I-N. Social media has made it easier for people to hurl insults at each other. And this is transited to the real world, creating a situation where arguing becomes content. In this case, people are not only disagreeing with other person's point of view, but also actually seeing them as lesser human beings. That is what social media has brought. Showing content where you focus more on your opponent's identity rather than their ideas is one of the most detrimental ways to disagree. Oh, he's saying that because he's from that part of the country. We're not looking at the value of what that person has brought to the table. We should by all means avoid insulting people to get our points across, both online and offline. Now, I said, understand the difference between facts and opinion. Sometimes we are so emotionally invested in an issue we are unaware that our strongly held opinions are indeed non-factual. Our opinions are perspectives to be tested against evidence, not just weapons to be wielded against our opponents. Always seek out real evidence and expertise before vehemently making your stand on an issue. So often in today's Nigeria, people base their arguments on lies, total lies. Name the topic now, people will take an entrenched position, which is non-factual. I'm sure you've all heard of the VAT debate that is raging at the moment. For some, I've been reading some commentators. They think, oh yes, it's a good thing. Our northern products, we can't be feeding them. And you laugh. That's really. So you think it's just about northern products. Have you asked yourself, that my own state, which is your own state, can you survive with if Governor Wike's arrangements, if we implement it, which is a good thing for our federal structure, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that some have gone, oh, they think, oh yeah, let's collect our money against the northern. It's not true. That's not the idea behind what even Governor Wike is saying. There's so many states in the south that will not survive. The moment VAT becomes state controlled alone. And I like it because I'm a federalist and I'll still get there. So I said, understand, know your facts, and argue on facts, not just innuendos and lies. Number 8, Professor Otto Brooks recommends looking for trouble. He says, it is an opportunity to develop your skills on how to better disagree. Find somebody to listen compassionately and give your point of view truthfully without animosity and resentment. Back in Nigeria, the climate today is very thick and its temperature sky high. That sense of foreboding leading to a resignation of inevitability or bloodshed in the politics as we approach our immediate future aggravates the situation. What do I say? If you read people now, if you go on again on social media, I mean, a lot of my friends abroad, when they speak with me, Jay, how are you coping over there? What's going on? The way they even talk to you, they are more worried than you are. So when they finish panting on the phone, I say, you can see that you are the one worried, not the one here. All you are reading is on social media. It's not the picture that you read or you painted on the social media. I'm not saying there are no challenges, but some of the things we've deployed out there, I tell people, when we talk of insecurity, yes, we are facing massive challenges. But you know what? Nigeria is not the most insecure place on earth at the moment. Some foreigners will tell you they feel more secure in the city of Lagos than on the streets of Johannesburg. They feel more secure. So when we talk about insecurity, there are people who will walk into a mall in America and they will not come out alive because the rain man decides to go into the mall and just shoot, kill people. But the way we put our own story out there, I read somewhere about 2 months ago, they said Nigeria is number 102 out of 104, the worst country to live in. I said, really? Indeed. I can tell you a few countries around here that are worse than Nigeria. I'm not saying we shouldn't face our realities. But what I'm saying is that what we put out there to the world aggravates even our own situation. So you have people who will now argue that what we need to deploy in Nigeria is, let's go facts. Oh, the Nigerian situation is irreversible. There's no point in talking again. That's not true. I argue, and I mean, there are those who argue, oh, we need to secede. Secession is not the silver bullet. It's like having a problem, big problem. If you break, you take part of the problem alone. It might even be worse. In fact, it will be worse. Anyway, I said here that I will however argue that what we need to deploy in today's Nigeria is not arms and ammunition against each other, but rather our collective intellect in marshalling arguments that can eventually birth a better Nigeria. May I sound slightly controversial and say that the Nigerian question will not be solved by secession or continuous shedding of blood under whatever form of guise. Rather, I believe we will only be dividing big problems into smaller enclaves if we dissolve today's Nigeria into smaller parts. Southern Sudan is still struggling to find peace after breaking away from Sudan. Conversely, the Czechs and the Slovaks apply their collective intellects to go their separate ways without firing any bullets. They sat at the table, they discussed. When by the time what's it called? Yugoslavia broke into different countries. Then Czechoslovakia itself was a separate country for years. But the Czechs and Slovaks decided that, you know what, let's sit at the table and let's go our separate ways. And they did it. But they spoke, they engaged in healthy debate before they got to that position. What am I saying? The culture that is being engraved in you young men and women through these debates must be taken out of the gates of Ife into the wider world of Nigeria. You must become advocates of healthy debate and JawJaw in the polity. You must never shy away from what I call a healthy gene while your gene talk. Because your intervention might just be what the situation needs to lower the temperature and allow logical reasoning to prevail. Healthy debates, discussions and chats can only lead to a viral and healthy policy where ideas rule. Our propensity to always reach for the cudgels will be minimized when the culture you are taking away from these debating sessions eventually becomes the norm and not an aberration in our land. In Nigeria, there are many excessively eager to fight and use violence to address their grievances, rather than have recourse to dialogue and negotiations. Let me tell you something my daughter told me when I think she was only about 8 or 9, and she came from UK. And I think after about 2 weeks, she said, "Dad, why is it that everybody here shouts? Everybody shouts. Everybody seems aggressive." And I said, "That's our nature." He said, "That can be your nature." But I will explain. Because, to be in all honesty, you wake up in the morning, you're driving to work 7:30 a.m. and 2 drivers are already throwing punches. That can't be our nature. One of the things, and I'm sure it still exists in those days, you cannot raise your hand. You go to Road 1. I'm not sure whether you still call it Road 1 here. In our days, we call it Road 1. We were encouraged. You talk, whether you are talking about before, but you talk yourself out. You don't fight. We must take that culture into the wider population of Nigeria. We said here that punches in the Yoruba National Assembly. But irrespective of our leadership, security, social and economic challenges, I remain confident in our collective ability to address them all and come through this difficult part of our history stronger than ever. We must, however, first and foremost, seize all hate and violent rhetoric. We must never get tired of talking. Debating, as you all have become so adept at, needs to be mirrored in the Nigerian context. I therefore urge you all to continue being beacons of logic, calm, and moderation amidst rising tensions and in logical actions. The Nigeria that we have today, it's not the perfect Nigeria, but it is your attitude in your own little corner, my own attitude in my own little corner, that will eventually give us the Nigeria that we want. Nigeria is said to be about 200 million people. And the in thing today is everybody wants to run away. And I say that if we are 200 million, 1 million people are not going to travel. So we still have 199 million of us here to sort out. So if you think that, well, once I finish from Ife, I'm at the airport running away, it doesn't solve the problem. You still have your folks here. You still have your 199 million relatives here. So it is in our own collective interest to encourage debates. Put out your ideas. Put it out intellectually, factually. Don't get tired or frustrated. Oh, they're not going to listen. No, keep doing that. For the younger ones, participate in your local politics. Participate. Engage people in your community. You are not too young to run, as you heard about that. Get involved. For those of you, and I'm going to assume that all of you here are eligible to vote. 2023 elections is just around the corner. It's February 2023, which means that the elections are very near. By now, you should have registered. If you not, have a voter's card. So by January next year, when they start coming out that they want to contest, you are engaging them, and don't be tired of engaging them. Don't feel scared. Ask the right questions. Mr. Contestant, why do you want to go there? What do you want to do for me when you get there? Don't say, oh, I'm not bothered. I have no problem with you watching Big Brother. It's part of your growing up. But also have time for those who will determine what happens to your lives when you leave Ife. Have time for those who will determine whether you get a job or not. Have time to those who will determine the type of health care you will have. And I'm not saying you should go and become a political mouse. No. All I'm saying is that engage them intellectually. Use your social media to positive effects. As I said, Nigeria is not El Dorado. But the El Dorado that we want, we are the ones that will create it. Thank you for your time and attention, and I wish you well.
Thank you very, very, very much. In my younger days, I probably would have said, let's give him 3 bosas. Can we still do that? Yeah. So let's give 3 bosas. Bosa. Thank you very much. I think my microphone is off. Okay, it's still on. Thank you very much. It's impossible to summarize what you said, and I wouldn't even bother at all. But I think listening to you, I get a sense that this age, what will triumph is ideas, and how you put your ideas in the public space. And we must put those ideas in the public space. Otherwise, we're going to leave the space, the public space, for those who do not have genuine interest of the citizenry at heart. I hear you loud and clear when you say we're not in a perfect union. Indeed, I think that we're in a Catholic marriage. You might not like the terms and conditions, but there's no room for divorce. Okay, so we better work on, how we might, ensure that the union works for us. And I think I hear you loud and clear. The things that bind us together, the things that join us together are far more than those things that separate us. So why don't we then begin to find out those things that join us together, those things that should glue us together, rather than allow people to put in the public space those things that divide and separate us. And I think these are very important messages, and I thank you very, very much for the way you have been able to present them. And in conclusion, you talked about history. And the important point that you raised regarding history is that poor comprehension of history, people's lack of understanding of history, is at the root of the current clamors, very divisive clamor that we find in the public space today. Because if people have an acknowledgement of history, if people understand history, they will never wish that this union be dissolved through the instrumentality of force. And if eventually there's need to dissolve it, we need to have a conversation around it. Thank you so much for those very deep thoughts. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite my teacher. Yes, my teacher, yeah. And some of you probably wouldn't know. I mean, if I can have teacher, then you must know that he's more Methuselah than I am. I'd like to invite Professor W. Aladefawale to take this podium and share his thoughts, first in response to our lead speaker, but I know that he himself would have his own opinion about the challenges that face Nigeria. Professor Aladefawale, please, you have the floor. You can take the microphone.
I think it's all. First off, I want to appreciate Professor Charles Okeje and all the organizers of this debate for giving me the privilege to share the same podium with Zawileye, who has given us very brilliant submission, which does not require further elucidation from you or from anybody else, Professor Okeje said. But I agree entirely with everything that he has said. And let me tell you something. In this room, as we're here from the audience that I can see, here and here, I am possibly the only person who can claim to be older than the Federal Republic of Nigeria here. Yes. I was born before Nigeria came into existence as an independent nation. So I have seen it all. There is a whole lot of anger in the public domain today, especially among the youth. But I want to tell you that the things that we are all angry about have been there all along. They are not new. Even though I have taken time to just write a few things of my own thoughts, and I wouldn't read most of it. But in the beginning, I did talk about even the structural problems of Nigeria that were there before independence. To the extent that even the colonial government set up the Henry Willings Commission in 1957 to look at the problems of what they call minorities and things like that. It was never resolved. The issues of revenue allocation, issues of fiscal federalism, the issues of the fact that what we call a federal structure has become lopsided over the decades. They are there. But the point is this. Most of the anger that is in the public domain today began under the present government. Before 2015, nobody was talking about the breakup of Nigeria. We had different groups in the country, but none was advocating the breakup of the country. So we need to ask ourselves, if all these problems have been there, why is it that everybody is now talking about, oh yes, IPOB, oh, what, this, that, we should go, we can fight, we can do this. Then there must be something wrong. We do not have new problems. We have existing problems that government is not addressing, which I believe the present government has further exacerbated. That's all. The problems of ethnic exceptionalism, religious bigotry, nepotism, discrimination, things that get on the nerves of Nigerians so much that people are thinking it's better to throw everything out and let's just separate and go away. Well, you see, it doesn't happen that way. So, let me just read the concluding portion of the little paper that I wrote for you, because Mr. Relay has already spoken extensively about Nigeria and why we should not start thinking of separating, and I support that position. Having looked at all the contending problems in Nigeria and the aggravations and what the government is not doing, what the government is doing wrong, I came to the following conclusion. And I said, this, for me, is the crux of the matter. The burgeoning agitations for the breakup of Nigeria, especially today by IPOB, by Oodua Nation, and by some other ethnic agitators, have only originated under the present regime since 2015. Most Nigerians invested hope and confidence in the present administration, and they thus massively voted it into office. This regime has turned out to be a resounding disappointment. The present government has become the problem, not one of the problems, period. What Nigerians have been advocating all along is a return to what many people call true federalism, although there is no such thing as true federalism. There is a proper federalism, that we had a proper federation before, we can return to it, and it will be inclusive for all Nigerians. Nobody was agitating for separation. So if people are doing it now, there must be something wrong with the present managers of the Nigerian state. They are mismanaging the country. Going forward, however, my advice is that Nigeria's myriad national crises can be resolved amicably. No matter how agitated we are, our problems can be resolved amicably. Every nation is always a work in progress, and Nigeria is not an exception. We must not expect that all of Nigeria's problems can be suitably resolved in just one generation. That's the mistake we make. We think that 4, 5 years, 10 years, it has been long. No. Nations are a work in progress. The United States, that many people admire, is still a work in progress. Great Britain has been together for more than 400 years. Still a work in progress. Nigeria is only 61 years old. Okay? So you can see how new we are in the scheme of things. France has been much longer in existence. It's still a work in progress. So don't expect that the problems can be resolved simply within your own lifetime alone. But we must start it somewhere. We must not expect that all of Nigeria's problems can be suitably resolved in just one generation. Countries that are much older, such as the United Kingdom, Canada, Spain, even United States, have had to go through their own crisis of nation building and have amicably resolved. They amicably analyzed, deconstructed their problems, and proffered workable solutions to hold their countries together. In my view, we have more things that bind us together than divide us, and that's the truth. And we must not allow the temporary aberrations of the present government to push us into needless but infinitely costly mistakes of national disintegration. We must not allow that. We must not also allow our anger over the unanswered national question to boil over to the point that a violent conflagration being encouraged by agents of destruction who think that they stand to benefit or profit from it. Yes, everybody is talking about war, separation of power. This is not a movie. This is real. He talked about Afghanistan. If you know how the former Yugoslavia broke up, it wasn't by peaceful consent. It fought dangerous wars, destructions and destruction. Let me emphasize this fact, that nation building is never a tea party. It is not a 100-meter dash. It is instead a long-distance race that demands patience, endurance, and perseverance. Rome was not built in a day. None of the developed and stable countries or nations that we see today and admire, none of them is without its own unique set of national challenges or even nation-wrecking challenges. How they go about addressing their crisis is what makes the difference between nations that survive and remain stable and nations that do not. We must never allow ourselves to be deluded into contemplating a breakup at the slightest provocation. Let us not be deceived by sweet enticements, entreaties, empty romantic notions of El Dorado, no matter how eloquently packaged and presented, that disintegration will benefit anyone, for it will not. This government has a definite expiry date. All things that have a beginning also have an end. All we need to do is be patient. And we can resolve to look beyond the present regime to build our nation after him. We have an overabundance of the requisite intellect, talents, skills, and competencies to restructure Nigeria and make it an accommodating country of our dreams. Anger is a destructive emotion. War is destructive and disruptive. And the only beneficiaries are the illicit and illicit armament merchants who always profit from the horrors of war and destruction. Let us therefore resolve to sensibly, intelligently, and dispassionately have series of national discussions, dialogues, debates that are intended for the resolution of the national question. Let nobody deceive you that if we break up, all is going to be well. All is not going to be well. Rebuilding after a crisis, after a war, is not an easy thing. And in any case, whoever told me that if you ever have an Ududua Republic, that it will be an El Dorado, or it will not be. Whoever told me that if you recreate Biafra, it will survive. No, it will not be. Okay? So let's think of the things that bind us together, and that we can discuss. It is better, as the lead speaker said, it is better and preferable to JawJaw than to think about war. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for I don't know whether my microphone is working, but perhaps I can use yours.
Okay. For students of international relations and history, there was a major milestone in the creation of the modern nation state. The modern nation state was a product of the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648. I can almost tell you categorically that Professor Fowley has always been provocative since 1648. It's difficult to listen to him and not go away, pondering in a very positive way about everything he said. And I took a bit of nudges, and if not that my Twitter account has been blocked, I've got a lot of tweets already from all the presentations, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to bypass government, use VPN as my own usual rebellious instinct. I'll just not do it from the OAU Twitter account. It's made a number of points, and again I cannot summarize them, but my takeaway is as follows. There's nothing new about our current realities. Our current realities have always been there, even though they become aggravated, under the current political dispensation. We do not have new problems. We merely have mutations of old ones, that the leadership have allowed, to fester and to deepen. Nations are a work in progress. And our problems do not necessarily, or indeed cannot be resolved in one generation. It says that the government has a destined expiry date. I like that expiry date part of it. We must resolve to begin to look beyond this government, and I think that doing so must start from now. And then finally, he says that nation building is not a tea party. It is not a 100 meters dash. It takes a long, very, very long haul. And on that note, thank you so much, Professor Aladefawole, for that presentation. Please, I really welcome to bring around. Our final commentary is going to come from Dr. Fumilayo Banjo. She's the Acting Director of the Center for Gender and Social Policy Studies. You have the floor, madam. You can use the microphone. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. I need to hear it. Thank you.
Very much, sir. I really want to appreciate the organizers of this program for allowing me in. I want to say that I'm in a tight corner now. Since Professor Fawale is Professor KJ's teacher, so who am I to speak? But I'm encouraged by the slogan of the Gabriel Club. What is it? Face me, I face you. Talk your own. So, irrespective of the age, or I still respect, but I have to talk my own. Yes, I'll start from the note that war is not a solution to the crisis we are in Nigeria. Someone close to me will always say that we cannot afford war. It is too costly. We had it from the guest speaker, Mr. Shayel, who he lay about other countries who have gone through a process of war to resolve their crisis. So I think I agree with him also that war will not provide solution to the myriad of problems we have in Nigeria. We have always lived with this problem, even before I was born. And those problems are still persisting, but we have to look for a way forward. Moving forward from here, that is the solution. And it's so encouraging, just like the keynote speaker said in the early parts of his speech, that he's so encouraged by the participation of the female folks in the occasion of today. I also noticed it, and I want to appreciate the ladies, especially those who are at the forefront, the coordinator, the chair of the Gabriel Club. Can you please give them a round of applause?
few contributions to what has been said already, to all the things that we said earlier. And number one, I'm taking from the rear. Now, I have so many things I can talk about, but I'll just pick few points. And I'll start from what the first discussant said, that this government has an expiry date. We know it. Like I always say, sùúrù tó lọ́jọ́. You have to say sùúrù tó lọ́jọ́. Sùúrù tó lọ́jọ́, yes, we know. But going forward from this administration, by the time this administration will expire, what are we hoping to have? That has always been my concern. Are we sure that those who will succeed them will give us a better governance than they? You know, and that takes me to the issue of politics. The keynote speaker talked about participating in our local politics. How many of us here really participate in our local politics? Especially the female folks. We leave it to the men. Let them continue to do it. I think it's high time we get up and get away to our responsibilities. That is not only for men. This issue is not only for men. Women has to be carried along. If there will be a solution or solutions to the myriad of problems we have in Nigeria. So I'm challenging the female folks today. We need to rise up. No, a colleague of mine, a lecturer who recently joined politics in his local government or local area, I was just talking with him one day. He said, look, we have to, all of us, have to come to the table. We have to discuss this together. You know, there's the need to deconstruct this patriarchal system of, ruling that has long been in place in our system, in our country. Is all over, in the north, in the south, in the west, everywhere in the country. Women have to be given a voice so that we can make progress. We should not only make it men's affair, because for so many decades now, the usual thing is the men, and some men, they are trying to edge women out. Please, if we have to move forward, everyone has a role to play. The women have their roles to play. It should not only be men's affairs. And I'm challenging ladies, women, please rise up. Because I've been challenged today as a person that I don't need to just sit down and complain. Because what many of us do is that we just sit back and complain. We need to rise up and provide solutions, both old and young. Girls in the school, please begin to warm up, begin to, I also love that session by the Gaga Club chair, speaking in public places. So many of us, we were not used to it. I graduated in 2000, so 20 years ago, 21 years ago, and I found out that I'm one of those in the class that you will not hear my voice. I'm not used to coming out. But recently I'm challenged that, look, I don't have to sit back. It's not that I cannot speak. In my little corner, I do my arguments. But now, we have realized that going the way of war is not the solution. I also appreciate the guest speaker, the keynote speaker who said that we should take this campaign outside the gates of this university. We must make it general. We must make it national. It must be a national thing. That going the way of war is too expensive, is too costly for us. We need to sit down. We need to analyze our thoughts together. We need to critically look at those, solutions that we have together and forge a way ahead. Thank you very much. That is the least I have to say.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Dr. Fumi Banjo. Very brief and concise. And a number of things I'm taking from you too. And as a student of international relations and of course history, you said that war is too important. I would just have to say that war is too important to be left for the generals. Okay? This is a popular saying. But of course, very dangerous to be left in the hands of politicians. War is too important to be left in the hands of generals, but too dangerous, very, very dangerous to be left of politicians. So we all have a responsibility to work towards pulling the country, from the bricks of war. And you also underscored what I called the primacy of politics. By the primacy of politics, I'm saying it means that much of what defines us, much of what determines where we go from here, happens in the political space. And if we do not become involved in the political space, we miss an opportunity to add our voices and to amplify the agency of the citizenry in the debate around how we might reposition Nigeria. Every politics ultimately is local. Every politics is local. So in whatever spaces you find yourselves, please play an active role. A story is told about the animal kingdom. Exactly what is happening in Nigeria today was happening in the animal kingdom. All the animals were, dealing with each other. It was a reign of the strong, will always win. So they decided that, look, wait a minute, we can't continue like this. Just as we are asking the question now, we cannot continue like this. And they decided to have a meeting. All the animals in the animal kingdom, they fixed the date, they agreed, they all met at their own square. But one animal refused to attend, the chicken. They had a very successful meeting, and after the meeting, they decided that, wait a minute, we've had a very successful meeting, but there's no item 7. I know that when we were coming into this hall, some people were asking me, Shema Fumalonje. And they then decided that, well, we should have this meeting more often, but we should eat eggs as item 7. But the chicken was not at the meeting, was not at the table to contribute to that conversation. But perhaps if she had attended, it would have been possible to make a point about why you cannot eat chicken eggs. So if you're not in that space where the conversation is taking place, you miss the opportunity to contribute. And the final point that you raised about the constructive patriarchy is very valid, because what I just think is that women should not just ask to be given a space or a voice. You have to take it. Nobody does it for free. I don't know what passage in the Bible talks about suffrage violence and ticketing by force. Women have to not be pretentious about the need for them to participate in that space, but to actively work towards it. And women have been at the forefront. If you look historically, and our lead speaker has spoken to it, women have been at the forefront of critical and momentous and irreversible changes in our political space. We need to reinvent that, and we need to do that at this point in time. I'd like to thank all my the guest speaker as well as my panelists for accepting to join us and for the thought-provoking conversations. In the spirit of the Great Ife Debate, I would like to open the floor to maybe 2-3 questions or comments to them, not to me. I didn't speak. So, I'd like to open the floor. If you have questions, comments, and I can see the MCs coming towards me. Okay, so if you have questions, issues that you'd like to raise, please can you step forward? Yes, please come forward. I want you to come forward and take the microphone from the compare. And make it short, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Great Ife. I'm in from the Faculty of Education. My question is to the guest speaker. You mentioned, sir, that all problems can be solved by debating. But my question is this: what do we do when the person we would like to debate with is not responding? Like, we can take the instance of the presidential debate that was organized during the last presidential election. Mr. President refused to come. And the instance of Osun State governorship election, in the instance of the PDP candidates back then, I think he also refused to go. What do we do when it seems that the people would like to direct our question to? They are not giving us the space, the chance. How to the extent do we communicate our ideas?
Can we take 2-3 questions and then they can respond to the question? Yeah, anyone else? Anyone else would like to ask questions? I can see you, Kennedy. Okay, yes, I'll take you and then Kennedy.
Good afternoon. I stand up all the existing protocol. My name is F.O. Akon. My question is this: based on Section 14 of 1999 Constitution as amended 2011, say that Nigeria is a state based on the principle of democracy and social order. Now the Nigerian question is this: is Nigeria really based on the principle of democracy and social justice? Let's say be fast with yourself. That is not true. Like Prof was, I was in the Professor Paole's class when he was telling about American Revolution, where he talked about when Thomas Jefferson and others, they made a law, they made a constitution for America. The law we know is about the social contract. Social contract is, they came together that, okay, there must be a constitution where the rights of average American should be determined. And the rights are right to life, right to pursuit of happiness and association. Under our law, we also have these rights, like peaceful assembly, and co. But now we are talking about equality. Some people have come up to talk about, okay, do we even have equality of life? Let's consider Section 14, the federal character. In this present government, we all know what is happening at the federal level. The Buhari cabinet, majority of people working with him are all Northerners, especially the security chiefs. So I just want to employ our key speaker to address this. Can we say that, okay, this country belongs to all of us? Because Constitution clearly stated that, okay, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
My name is Kennedy Wakacha. I think it was Thomas Jefferson that said when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes a duty. A few years ago, I listened to one Cobham or Subo in his TED talk, and he was talking about the benefit of blindness. And when I saw that topic, I was like, what benefit can one get from being blind? And when I listened through it, he made some points. He said most times he goes to supermarkets, because there are times you want to buy something, you say, I'm going to spend 10,000 naira. You go to the supermarket, and before you know it, you see new arrival, you see this, and before you know it, you end up spending 100,000. But as a blind man, you want to spend 10,000, you just go to the supermarket, buy what you want to buy, because you're not going to see the new arrival. I also want to make the point that, you see, we have said a whole lot about Buhari, and Prof has been very succinct in talking about Buhari, and he said the problem of Nigeria, that Buhari is not one of the problems, that Buhari is the problem. And there is a sense in which one can reason that Buhari is actually even a benefit to Nigeria, because Buhari has actually opened up the problem that Nigeria has. We have carpeted over the years. The problem has been there, like all the key speakers have said, the problem has been there. But Buhari has exposed this problem so much so that even professors, even learned people, because some years ago, if you talk about that, some people want to flannize this country, people will disagree with you. But today, even learned people are saying that some people want to flannize this country. So Buhari has exposed the problem of Nigeria, and everybody is talking about it. Ajay Crowder in a decade of trouble, he was making the point that even as Nigeria was getting independence, people knew that Nigeria is going to be a war, because there are some teething problems that was not resolved before Nigeria had independence. And Prof actually mentioned some of those problems. So some political analysts knew that Nigeria is going to be just a few years, Nigeria is going to have a problem. And lo and behold, a few years after independence, Nigeria was marched into war. And there's a sense in which one can also reason that war can also be beneficial, because when people fight war, like one of the greatest documents that has been produced in the world today, like Prof will tell us, you see the Treaty of Nigeria, it was born after some 30 years of war. And the document that was also the Westphalia Treaty, the Versailles Treaty, that came up after the First World War, was one of the finest documents. Even the Second World War also was one of the finest documents that was also, it's also a principle in which the world is through today. So most times we run away from, we say we don't want to fight war, But the truth about the matter is that we have discussed Nigerian problem. People have discussed it. We have had national conference. We have had constitutional conferences that most times money will be expended, leaders will go, spend weeks, debated, and at the end of the day, these things will be nipped under the board. And the use of these days, the young people, the other people will say, oh, don't want to. But the use of this are saying that we are tired of this problem. We cannot continue to say, oh, because we have been discussing it. And today, people are dying, the country is not moving, and people are saying, oh, war is not good. We agree. But we are saying that at what point, because there is a level that one can be pushed into, because the youth of, it was just a few months ago that some people used during the protest, and some youth, for the first time in this country, some youth came together, and they were even shocked. But a time will also come when the youth of this country will rise. And even when we are being shot at, we are not going to go back, because there might not be enough prudence in this country to kill all the youth of this country. So we are saying that a time will come. Yes, it's good to JawJaw, yes, but a time will come, if this problem persists, a time will come when youth will no longer sit down, that we are going to rise up, and it's not going to be funny, and it might consume all of us. So we are saying that whatever that needs to be done, let it be done now. Enough is enough for the white.
I think that I'll take that last one because it's already been standing. But make it very, very brief because we've really loaded our speakers.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Away Ademola from Faculty of Pharmacy. My question is not far-fetched, just from the point of view of the last speaker. The question is, in OAU, for instance, there are some demands that they will be asking the management, and they would not resolve it until you just have to approach with some show of value. Likewise in Nigeria, ASU, the NMA and all they've had to go on strikes, because they've undergone series of dialogues and conversation which is has not been addressed. So my question is, what's the thin line between a point whereby dialogue can no longer solve the issue and you just have to put up the needed action, not necessarily work, because they will say action speaks louder than voice. We just have to come to realization there is a point that as a Nigerian, if you don't put up some action, I'm not saying war. So I'm just asking our speakers that please, what is the thin line? How can we know when it is best to actually put in some elements of action?
Thank you very much. I think what he's speaking to is question around collective action. But at what point will collective action lead to violence, to war, and so on and so forth? I'll open the issues. The lead speaker will take the first, I hope. Is that okay by you? And then I'll take you, and then I'll come to Prosperity. Please, you have the floor. In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me respond to my friend here who said, what happens when the other party does not want to debate or runs away from debating? And you cited the example of the presidential debate and the state of Washington's debate. Now, I would say straight away that that's an aberration, really. And as Prof did say, President Buhari himself, and I think I took that away today. Now, you see, Nigeria's problem has been there so long. But it has been totally exacerbated with Mr. President's posture. Now, because you're not going to say because your opponent, or I'm just using Buhari as an example, that because Buhari has failed to listen to you, you now feel, well, if he's not listening, let me go and rough everything up, let me go and fight. In my small presentation, all I said is, never get tired of engaging that person. So even if you walk away, there's something we say now, you call that person out. You take your own discussion to the wider audience that I have tried to engage Mr. B. So let's discuss this issue. But he has run away. I'm now telling the wider audience, this is why you must not give Mr. B a chance to be in charge of your affairs or to determine what happens next. Because he has refused to engage us constructively. He ran away. Using the Osho example, we all know why the man went away. Don't forget that for some people, they have that morbid fear of even sitting down like this, they can't articulate their opinion. It's not that they are evil. For some, they have nothing to say. You understand? I say this in my office all the time when we are having our weekly policy sessions. I tell my staff, please don't say something. Have something to say. They are two different things. Because they say, may I say something? No, don't say something. Have something that you want. If you have nothing, make it quiet. Now, so if your opponent has dodged and ran away, that then should not say, oh, because he has run away, we are now at a stage of fighting. You see, I say this all the time, and it's scary. If you avoid debates, and you now say, oh, we are tired, we must go and fight, let's go and shed some blood. Once we finish shedding that blood, we will then come back again to that table to start talking in order to resolve the issue. Now, you might want to argue that, oh, it's because we shed blood, that was why they came to the table. I don't think so, and I don't believe that. I still say it. I mean, as I said, I lived in England for years. I worked there, worked in government, worked in cabinet office as a civil servant. Well, if you have your satellite TV here, once in a while, engage in watching BBC Parliaments. Watch them in the House of Commons. Watch them particularly in the House of Lords. They attentively listen to each other. They keep martial. They don't get tired. So you find people who might have been on an issue for 15 years. They will be on that issue, still arguing until they wear you out with their own argument. What I see in Nigeria, and I say this with all sense of modesty, is we want, and I was discussing this even before I came up with Prof. We want quick solutions to issues. We are now so impatient. So because of that, we think we want quick fixes. So we think, oh, fighting is a quick fix. That will solve the problem. As Prof also said, it won't solve our problem. It won't. And I'll leave the other panelists to please answer my friend here. That, you see, I say with the Nigerian situation today, if there are 100 issues or 100 obstacles that we need to conquer before we get to the end of Nigeria, I believe we are still on number 1. There are still 95 other things that we should still attempt to solve before we then say to your tents, O Israel. So all I'm just saying in essence is that don't say because your opponent has walked away from debate, that is a no. You then take your own discussion to that wider audience where your opponent will be made to look like a fool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take it up from where he spoke, and that is, going the way of war. Just like I said, that it is not palatable, let me use that word, for many to die in the course of getting what you want to get. I want to say that the way of dialogue, the way of debate is priceless compared to going the way of war. Okay? The last person who asked a question was talking about the doctors. The resident doctors have been on strike for some time now. Okay? 46 days running now. So can you imagine how many people have died needlessly as a result of that? Okay, you talked about ASU strike. ASU was on strike. And who bore the brunt of ASU strike? And you know students? Whether the government likes it or not, they will pay them. For your time is being wasted. So, just like the keynote speaker said, that some issues linger for as long as 15 years. Let's keep at it. But it's like we want our response, we want our answers, we want the solution on our fingertips. Quickly, we want it. Instant, like the instant noodle. We want it fast, we want it sharp. Okay, think about the protest. The youth protest last year, as I was okay, NSAS. Those who lost their lives, where are they to enjoy what they thought they were fighting for? These are some of the issues. The keynote speaker also said that it's because people are lacking in the knowledge of the war of history, the history of wars, that we amplify the sound of war. Let us break up, let there be something. But we forget that aftermath is like putting the cart before the horse. Okay? The dialogue you don't want initially, that is what you come back to resort to. I don't think it's worth it. Genocide, Rwanda genocide, 800,000 people dying in 100 days. I'm a statistician. I just look at it. It's like 8,000 people dying in a day. That is terrible. That is scary. We cannot afford it. So please, let's keep at it. Let's get involved. The challenge, one challenge I'm taking away from this debate is that I also want to be involved. I've been docile, I've been so passive for too long. I think I want to speak up. I want to engage in intellectual debates about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Pauline, I think it's your turn now.
Thank you for your questions and comments. This kind of debate cannot be exhausted in one sitting because it's always an ongoing problem. No nation ever solved all its problems at once because problems of any nation do not show up at once. My friend Kennedy was citing America and things like that. America is still a work in progress. In spite of all the noble things they wrote in their constitution and even in the Declaration of Independence, America still remains a work in progress. Remember, the constitution has been amended about 25 times. Not only that shows that there's nothing perfect. Not only that, you just saw after more than 200 years of horrors in America, you just saw Black Lives Matter. Okay? It's been there all along. How you manage it is what makes the difference. What you can obtain by peaceful negotiation and discussion, why do you want to go the violent way, which is destructive? Look, it is not okay to romanticize about war. There are some documents came out. Yeah, those are documents. What about the millions of people that died? In the Second World War, nearly 75 million people died. We're not talking about conflicts. We're talking about massive destructions of life, mental, psychological dislocations across the globe, bad economies, people that never survived it. Not just those who died in battle, but what continues years later. You need to go and study all those, and know that war is not really the answer. Now, I know as a student of international relations myself, the inevitability of war sometimes. When it becomes inevitable, but you must exhaust all the peaceful options first. Until you have exhausted that, don't go to war. Have we exhausted the possibilities in Nigeria? No, we're not being impatient. When I mentioned the other time that I'm like the only Methuselah here, I know what I'm talking about. It's not because I'm conservative, but I've studied it and I've seen it all over the world. War does not build, does not construct, it destructs. Okay? So let's not think that, well, if we talk and we don't, the youth will go out. Look, after the youths have gone out, have caused a destruction, and the destruction of their lives, we're still coming back to talk. And it's only intelligent people that talk. You mentioned a major document that came out. It was intelligent people that brought out those documents to prevent the eventualities of war again, not to plan for another war. So dialogue, JawJawing is still very, very important. The last commentator talked about Aluta and ASU strike. I have been a member of ASU for 38 years on this campus. We have never won anything by violence. We have always won by superior arguments. Even when we had to go on strike, the strike was always the last on the long list of actions that we are taking. And any time we went on strike, government has never won. Not because we have power, we don't. They shut down the universities, they take our salaries. So last year, I lost my salary for 8 months. Most people don't know. The first time, 6 months, during COVID, all of us. Later, they grudgingly paid in installment. 2 months later, they stopped the salaries again, just because we are talking that university education must not be allowed to go the way of primary schools have gone. Are you following me? The government has never won because it does not have a superior argument. Every time, we still have to come back and negotiate, even after they shut down the university for many months. The same thing with Aluta. I have been on this campus for so long. Anytime there is Aluta, in the past, Aluta never touched any buildings or anything. Aluta was just about, we are protesting to go to brigade people, but later violence started creeping in, people started destroying. If you destroy anything, you still come back and bear the brunt. So it is a destructive emotion. You don't need it. Nigeria has a sufficient and abundance and overabundance of intellect. People that are making waves all over the world. we can do the same thing here. But because people want something here and now, it takes time. Some things don't come that way. If you look at the Senate building, it looks elegant. Do you know how many years it took to build it? But if you are very angry, 2-3 grenades will bring it down. But it will take, I don't know how many years to rebuild it. Why bother about such things? So it is important to restrain our anger. As I said, these things have been there all along. Look, people talk about fulanization and things like that. That's not even the issue. The reason that I condemn this government is because it is insensitive to the wishes of Nigerians. That's all. The problems were there under Obasanjo. They were there under Umar Yar'Adua. They were there under Jonathan. They simply have become aggravated because of the rigidity and insensitivity of this government. But as I said, everything that has a beginning has an end. Life didn't begin in your generation, it's not going to end in your generation. Nigeria didn't begin in your generation, so don't expect that everything is going to be perfected in your generation. You make your own valuable contribution. Others will continue to make it, and make it, and make it, and make it. We should leave Nigeria a much better place for coming generations, okay? And look, my own generation doesn't have much to lose, okay? But your generation, look at the generation of secondary school kids here. We shouldn't start telling them and romanticizing about war and crisis, okay? There are people in Afghanistan who were born into war and they have grown up in war. Afghanistan has been in one form of war or the other since 1979. Look at 1979 up to today, how many years would that be? Okay? I mean, that's like some 42 years. There are 42-year-olds who have never known peace. Okay? Yes. So let us not encourage that kind of thing. That's why when we are saying that JawJaw is better than war, it's not out of conservatism, but out of realism. Thank you very much.
I just want to add something before we close this. You see, if you look at Nigeria, particularly for those of us in the South, under this last 6.5 years that we've had President Buhari, we tell ourselves, oh, we should break away. They're tired of this country. It's the Fulanese and the Hausa that are, everything is skewed in their favor. I used to work for a foundation called T.Y. Danjuma Foundation. I used to be the head of strategy. And my job took me across several states in the north. And I'm talking of 2009, 10, 11, 12. So I crisscrossed a lot of northern states by virtue of my job. And I can tell you for free that if you think there's poverty in southern Nigeria, please visit the north to see what poverty actually is. What I'm trying to say is this: our challenges are the same in this country. Whether you live in Portisco, whether you live in Kaura Namoda, whether you live in Gembu, or whether you live in Shaki or Iberido, or whether you live in Abakaliki or Oron, our challenges in this country are the same. We're all suffering. The main issue is our politicians have mastered the art of dividing us for their own selfish objectives. It's as simple as that. So, just as you are screaming down here that this country is bad, it's harsh, that man waiting to eke out a living on the streets of Kano is also shouting. But here we painted the picture, and some of our selfish leaders painted their picture that, oh, don't worry, everything is fine over there because they hold the political power. It's not true. Poverty is endemic across the country, and it's more real when you go over there. So please, we should not allow anyone to come and lie to us that we want to break away because it's the northerners that are enjoying. As I said, if you want to understand the definition of poverty, visit the north. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good note to begin to wind down this conversation. I hope it's been beneficial to every one of you. As a social scientist, I like to be very empirical in what I say. But I've also come to terms with the fact that when you publish statistics about number of deaths, number of those wounded, there's a Yoruba proverb that says, "I don't come more." But once it gets closer to you, it's no longer statistics, it's the reality. And the reality of war, of violence, and so when they say low intensity conflict, the person that is directly affected by that supposedly low intensity conflict, would bear the brunt for a very long time to come. I'm hoping that in my generation, in your generation, that we'll be able to get a Nigeria of our dream. And that we'll be able to live a better space for our children. Yesterday, I was in a conversation, in a group conversation, a group of old boys that graduated from this university between 1987 and 1989. We wanted to be caught up before the 90s. And he happens to also be a member of the Brothers for Life. And he posed a question to Kagesi posed a question to him about, what do you think we should tell the generation of Nigerians that basically want to get out? Basically either want to exit from the public space and still be within the country, or just want to get out of the country. Okay? That question has stayed with me. The reason some of us came back after going to school abroad is because we believe that in spite of it all, our value added here is much more than our value added outside. That's the reason he came back from GW. That's the reason he came back from the UK. That's the reason I had my stints everywhere, went to school abroad, taught at Oxford University, but I still believe that I have more value addition here. So ultimately, the task of redeeming Nigeria will happen, it will come, but where or how do you want to be met? What contributions are you going to make? And I believe that in the little spaces that we find ourselves, in those small spaces that we find ourselves, we should create effective spaces. If you do that, I do it, everyone does their own little ways, then one day, the task of redeeming Nigeria, would fall around the critical mass of those pockets of effective spaces that we have created. I'd like to thank every one of you. First and foremost, give yourselves a resounding round of applause. I'd like to thank all of you for the excellent, for your time, first and foremost, for sitting down. I have no doubt that much more than anyone that is not in this hall, you have learned one or two lessons. And that is the whole essence of this conversation. I'm going to hand over to the compare, but I'm going to make sure, I don't know whether the items that I want to give to them are here, and I'd like to invite the convener, Dr. Bola Sinefayemi, to please come forward. And I'm going to hand over to the MC so that you can hand over the microphone to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can we put our hands together for our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much for your enlightenment on what we can do better and how to say it better. Please let's keep clapping for Dr. Bola till he gets here. All his energy. I had to tell her, I said your energy swallowed my own. Please can we keep clapping till she gets here. Please keep clapping. Please keep clapping. Thank you so much.
I want to say that we really appreciate your presence here. When we started trying, we didn't think that it would be something so big. But eventually, it turns out that people said we should have more and more, and my chairman was all about it. And today, I think this is a beautiful picture. Thank you very much for calling. I appreciate it. And we have this calling for you. Our own special t-shirt.
I hope you took cognizance of his belly.
Yes,
you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Which one are you going to remove now? There's a Yoruba proverb that says that Abati Onikun Wahuni.
Please can we put our hands together as we grant the Great Ife. You can see that Mr. Shea, you have to remove this cap for the Great Ife cap. Thank you so much, sir. Great Ife! Great Ife! There's only one Ife that is great, and here we are. Here we belong to. I think it's true what they say. They say cut your coat according to your size. So everybody's trying to make sure they have their right size. Awesome. Alright.
Yeah, I think that's more like it. If it's not your size, come get another one. Oh, that's it.
Oh my God, trouser. From trouser. Am I going to get my own size?
That's like size collier. That's like leper micro.
I'll find my size now. Alright, can you get that together for pictures? Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on in the course of the program, I know something that they kept saying was my generation, your generation, and Professor Alade Fawole was able to say that, see, I am as old and even more than Nigeria. Nice. So I want us to do a thing called Now Old Pass. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Alright. So let's see how this goes. I will start, not me. The DJ, of course, will start the song. And when the song stops, continue singing and let me see how old you are.
Okay. Thank you.
You understand? The song will start, and when it stops, continue singing the song for me to know whether you are as old as that song or not.
Can we have
the
debaters, please?
All the debaters on stage, please.
Please come.
Great Ife team, please.
Gaba Club, debaters. Please come.
Up, please. And the judges, some of us.
No, I mean the Great Ife debaters. You can see them here. Please come. If the judges are here, will they kindly join us?
Judges that are here, please come over.
Oh my God, all the debaters, all the judges, please. Can we have a picture together? Thank you.
Judges, please come over. Our team, please
Let me respect yourself. Not because I people are you need to be there.
I'm sure that you know.
Hello, Danny. You can come down.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why not? Yeah? Can we have another? Wait. I'm better off sitting down here. Okay. Are we fine? You can't get it. Okay. Sorry. Say cheese, everyone. Cheese. Cheese. This photographer, he misses all the cheese. Shall we do the cheese again? Cheese. Oh, I'm giving up.
12 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so what to come in the course of this program is a secondary school debate and also the second time presentation of the Oni cultural troupe and also the Eagles One class. Okay, so more to come is the Oni cultural troupe for the second time and also the Eagle One dance troupe. Yes, thank you. Alright, so like I said before, we will be having a quick activity called Now Old Fast. How many of us want to see what that's about? Alright.
Sorry, just 1 minute.
Yes.
I have a very important announcement. Our guest speaker has asked me, he has made a generous donation. I'm not going to mention the amount. He says that it is going to go not to the winner of the Great Ife Debate, but it's going to go to the most eloquent debater. You know, you can be the most eloquent and not win. So please, he's asked me to announce this, and on behalf of all of us, I would like to thank you for this generous gift, and much more importantly, the generous gift of joining us today.
Thank
we
you
truly
so
appreciate it.
much,
Thank you.
But probably we have to join. I've been eloquent in the morning, you know. Okay. Alright, so please can we have our activity already? Let me see the generational gap and see how we can bridge the space in between. Please can we put our hands together as our guest speaker leads. Thank you so much, sir. Wish you a safe trip. Thank you very much. Are we ready? Yes. How many of us know this song? Give me this song. You know it ends to Joe. Are you sure? Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah, nah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, now sing it now. Continue. We are three. The next song. How many of this song? I think both old and new know this one. Yeah? Do I have Success Omwale on standby? On standby, thanks. Yeah. Give some people's ringtone. Oh yeah. That's okay. Good night. Alright, the last one, and then I round off this. Alright, the last one. Wait, I can start maybe know it. Let me see. Who knows this one? Who knows it? Okay, oh yeah, what's this with you? Wait, we should go on. Alright. Yo, where do they play that song? There's this one. If it's good, then the number. If it's good, anything, the number. Thank you so much. So we are going on to the second will come and you're like, with these few points of mine, including my fellow debaters, hello everybody, well, let's see how far that has gone. But I want to believe there's a difference between how it was done then and how it's now there. And I have that. Thank you so much. Okay, so give us the modalities of this debate and how it is going to be done is none other than success on Mowali. Please can put that hands together for the lady in red. The same people who wear red, they have plenty for the farm. How much is their balance?
Okay, good afternoon everybody. I hope we've been having an amazing time. Have we been having an amazing time? Awesome. Okay, so just to get straight into it, we're going to be having our debate right now between two amazing star-studded prestigious secondary schools. And they're going to go in head-to-head on a topic. And the topic is insecurity in Nigeria, the fault of the people or the government. So we're going to be finding out what these youngsters have to say about that topic. Our two schools are OAU International School and Difference Academy. I'm going to first of all be calling our judges. Please, when I call your name, our judges, please do us the honor of coming up to this place, our judges table, the table, so that we can have our judges at that table. Our first judge for this afternoon's debate is Dr. Adejoke Babalola. Where is she? Is she there? Okay. Let's keep clapping until she gets here, please. Thank you. Wow. Isn't she stunning? Alright. We'll be calling our second judge. I hope he's in the house. Mr. Olarewaju Elufowoju. Is he around as well? Please come to the table. Where is he? Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our third judge, Dr. Adeyemo Stella. Dr. Adeyemo Stella. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to be getting to meet the stars of the show, our debaters. And I'm going to first of all be calling the speakers, the debaters from OAU International School. Okay. OAU International School is going to be speaking on the topic from the perspective of insecurity in Nigeria being the fault of the government. And our speakers from OAU International School are Mumbai Otano, sorry. Okay. Our second speaker is Ayolade Ayonfeoluwa. Alright, please just stand by that podium. Thank you very much. Alright, let's put our hands together for them. We know how important it is to encourage our young ones to develop themselves. Alright, so we're having our speakers from the second school, the second academy, Difference Academy. And our first speaker from the Difference Academy is Olayiwola Tobison. Where is Olayiwola Tobison? Okay, please be as fast as possible so you can get ahead of the please. Our second speaker is Adesomi Ayomide. Let's put our hands together for them as they come forward. Alright, I'm sure they are all ready for the debate. I'll just repeat the topic and then we'll be having the first speaker come forward. Alright, so the topic.
I'll carry my things out of it.
Alright, so I will be handing over.
Who are your lead? You're the lead. sit down. No. Okay, you two. You guys should decide whatever you want. Sorry.
Alright, so can we have the lead speakers step forward, please? Thank you.
Take the podium.
Yes. Please come and also take this podium. Come in, ma'am.
Okay.
Alright, so we'll be having the debate from our lead speakers now. Each of the speakers will be having 3 minutes each to debate on the topic, and they'll be judged on composure, on their understanding of the subject matter and their grammar as well. I'm just going to reiterate the topic: insecurity in Nigeria, the fault of the people or the government. So we'll be starting from the perspective of the people, from different academy.
First, a leader who is confused causes too much anxiety, and a leader who is too controlling is revealing more insecurity and a lack of leadership. Outside these walls of applausin is the place of the people. Oh, before I lose my sense of respect, greetings to the boys in trouser and the boys in skirt, and greetings to the men in trouser and men in skirt. My name is Olaiwola Tomisin, a student of Defense Academy, Ile Ife. I'm here to debate on the topic which says insecurity in Nigeria, the fault of the government or the people. Who should we blame on the insecurity issue in Nigeria? Before we start throwing stones on the government, to us, it is the fault of the people, and these are my points. 1. The mystery of destiny. Nigeria is filled with 1 million responsible citizens, and what about the 199 irresponsible people who romances chase lines dance? Like flies to wanting boys, are we to the boys? They kill us for their sport. What do I mean? Most Nigerians are yet to either blame God, government, friends, and foes for their predicament and take responsibility only on their successes. Nigeria practices democracy, which is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If they blame the government, then what is the place of the people? Number 2, systems are built by people. The security centers of a country is made up of people. Nigeria is a country which has the best security system made up of national military structure and the best military system like the Northern Vigilante or high-level security in the northern part of Nigeria. The former Bakassi boys in the eastern north of Nigeria, the Ojibwa People's Congress, and another local militia, but ironically, the same country is regarded as one of the most terrorized countries in the world. Why? Because the people saddled with responsibility of protecting themselves still cry for a dread machinery to resolve a problem they created to solve. I read deeply on this point, and I believe you have been convinced and not confused that the insecurity of Nigeria is the fault of the people. Thank you.
Good morning, my chairman, my panel of judges, the accurate timekeeper, our panelists, our big daddy, the head of program, and our students from the reputable institution of OAU. We thank you for staying in this program for this long, and we ensuring that you really enjoyed this debate, especially for me and my partner. My name is Ayenda Denyofeolua, and I'm here to talk about the topic insecurity in Nigeria, the fault of the government or the people. I and my partner, we have agreed that it can't be deemed correct to say that it's the fault of the government in the current state in Nigeria is the fault of the government. Democracy, as we say we are practicing here in Nigeria, can be defined as the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But the major way in which democracy has been practicalized in Nigeria is through the election of our leaders. The people, the millions of people who vote once every 4 years to choose our leaders, both at the local, state, and federal government, they come with innocent minds that maybe it would bring change, maybe this would happen, maybe that will happen. Before a government is being done, if a politician wants to win an election, you see a girl all wearing earrings and wearing long sleeve gown and wearing long gown. But once they enter into government, they change completely to ways that none of us have expected. That leads to insecurity. So when we say the word insecurity, most people think about a guy holding AK-47 and shooting people. But that is not actually the correct definition of insecurity. So insecurity can be defined as the direct opposite of security. And security is a state of having peace of mind to be able to carry out one's daily activities. So insecurity does not completely restrict itself to war and destruction and riots and all of that. It can also be put inside in the dimension that the environment around us is not safe, it's not palatable for our living. Like just today, like within the past 24 hours, but in the north, a tanker has exploded. Why? They said that it was going around the roundabout and the oil spilled. And that is actually part of insecurity. It's not only about shooting people. So even though kidnapping and shooting is past, also with this morning, it has been realized that 240 prisoners has escaped a prison in Kongi, and our government have kidnapped a PDP leader all within 24 hours. So what I really want to say is that insecurity is not completely about shooting. So let's say about some causes of insecurity. First, we have poverty. Most of us, especially for time up. Okay.
All right, let's put our hands together again for our speakers. I believe they spoke very well. We'll be having a brief interlude. We'll have the speakers. Please take your seats, front row. Thank you. All speakers, please. Thank you very much. Now we'll be having a brief interlude, a quick performance from our cultural group.
All right, we have a cultural group, the Eagles World Dance Group. Okay, please, can we put our hands together for them? They are a group of young and vibrant children. Can we please be clapping? group. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we please continue with the debate?
All right, that was an amazing performance, wasn't it? Now, can we please have our supporting speakers from the two schools on stage? Our supporting speakers, please come quickly, come quickly. Thank you very much. All right, keep in mind that you have 3 minutes to present your debate. When you have 30 minutes more, you'll be notified. Don't take that to mean that you should get disoriented. Just try to round up as quickly as possible.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also greeting to the men in skirts and men in trousers. I want to buttress on our points. Regarding revolution, there is a saying that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The power brought rulers in power, but once they get there, they abuse the responsibility given to them. In my humble opinion, I believe the people who put them in the place of relevance can make them irrelevant. How? By creating a system that will solve our problems without the intervention of these pot-bellied greedy leaders. Just as the man of India, that great leader, Mahatma Gandhi, shook and changed the India of his own time without occupying any political position. Take for instance, we can create a strong vigilante group that protects our geographical location. Who will stop you? But the people who blame the government, the devil, and even God for every problem can change nothing. Thank you.
Wow. All right. Let's have the supporting speaker from the second school.
Good day, everyone. I'm here to greeting the panel of judges one more time, the Great Ife Debate, and everyone from the prestigious University, OAU. I'm here again to buttress the point of my first partner, my co-debater. Well, it is said that the government are not really the ones that affect our insecurity, but that is otherwise. The people are the ones who make up the government. Without them, there can be no governing body, or they are also the ambassadors of the whole nation, and they have the role to play in supporting our security operations by protecting every one of us. The government and the bad or corrupt government leaders have been engaged in election rigging, thereby causing another sort of insecurity on its own. This has also pushed the people also to engage in thuggery, and this has led to unrest in the whole nation. So, due to these points, I'd like to point out that not only is the people involved in the insecurity of the nation, the government also plays an important, it also takes a toll on the insecurity. Without the people, the insecurity without the people, the government cannot thrive. And without first looking into the government, the whole issue of insecurity cannot be solved because they have more power to take over the issues in the whole nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for these speakers as they go back to their seats. Thank you very much. Now,
all right, thank you so much to the debate team. Thank you to what's the name? Okay, Success School and OAU International School. All right, so while the judges are computing their results, we'll be having the same cultural group come up for another presentation. I think this time is going to be an Igbo cultural presentation. All right, so while we wait for them, let me take my mic around. Yes. They are coming back, surely. Alright, so while they're getting ready, let me take my mic around. Are you an OAU student? Yes, you are. Nice.
coming. No. Okay, you're not used to that. Alright, so tell me two places.
Alright, so someone come into your school. Two places you will take that person. Like you are so teens that are taking you. Me, museum. One, don't say museum.
Okay, I'll take it out. And then this garden by that spider area. Yes.
Alright, so that you will take them to Amphi and the garden by the DM side. Yes, I know you student, no you're not. Are you denying that? Prof, still. Are you denying me and me? Alright, so two places you would like to take to visit your OA campus. Look down, don't see finish OA campus, that's why.
Spider.
Ibuka views on your my lord, please, I'm available, very available. Alright, yes. I'm sure you know the question already, Abi. But here's my own question to you. 5 places on OU campus that begin with letter A, Akintola, 1.
Owl Hall. Calm down. Okay. Anglomos, like they said. Agri department.
Please can we put that end together? Okay, so just know that 1, 2, 3, I owe you gifts after this session. Thank you so much. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Are we ready? Alright, so yes, the group is ready for your presentation. When I wanted to bring my, everybody was running away. We finished.
very tough one, but at the end of the day, we'll be able to come up with let's speaker. Well, to encourage you, you did well within the short time you were given, and also to encourage you about the fact that when you go for debate, please, you are not supposed to read your points. You can marshal your points and tell the audience. This is a training ground for you. You believe you have been learning. You've been around for months, so this is something you must also learn. So the first position goes to Adesomi Ayobide with 17 points. You were graded about 50, so please come for your gift. Come forward for your gift. We celebrate you. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's stand up for the champion. Thank you.
For the many steps and the editor.
Congratulations. Thank you. The third position to Olagi Wolato is 21. Please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah. The second position to Abubiade Osana with 32.3 points. Congratulations. Then the fourth position to Anyonlade Anyonfelua with 37 points. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Yes. Yes. Now, from the Great Ife Debate, we have medals for the two schools. There's a silver medal and there's a gold medal. Please, want the representative from different academy, please. Is there anybody that, yes, somebody that came with the students? Please, it's for the school. The medal is for the school. Of course, we'll hand it to the students, but we want the representative to also stay with them. So that is for your school. Congratulations. You can hand it from the Great Ife Debate for the 60th anniversary of OAU. Yes. Then the gold medal goes to Obafemi Awolowo University International School. Congratulations, congratulations, and congratulations. Thank you so much. God bless you. Yes. Please, who came with international students? Okay. Please don't go yet. Let's take the picture with our chairman. Yes, I want to invite the chairman and the convener, Dr. Fayomi, please. Please, the representative of the Gabriel Club, can you join us, please?
Can we bring the face cap for the teacher that came with them? The face cap for me.
Yes.
The face cap for the teacher.
Thank you, sir. Please, I want on camera. I want to ask for the meaning of boys in skirts and men in skirts and men in trousers or something. I want to know, please. I'm sure we are all female. I'm a woman. I'm not a man in skirts or a man in trousers. I'm a man. Maybe they will tell me I'm like. I don't understand. For the teacher from Great Ife Debate, OAU, we are celebrating OAU 60th anniversary. We are celebrating ourselves. We are celebrating impact areas affected a lot. People in different parts of the world. We celebrate everybody. Thank you, the judges and everybody. We are doing.
We say congratulations to the lead team, and we say congratulations as well to the team that came second.
It's Maestro the Great Ife.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for staying till now. Thank you for being a part of this. We're having the announcements very quickly. So first of all, I have to appreciate OAU, of course, OAU that has helped us. But of course, we have Gabon Club OAU, which is the first public speaking club with international affiliations in this school. And I think that is something that we should definitely celebrate. Let's put our hands together for Gabon Club. Thank you so much. So the mission of the club has been to provide a supportive environment for young people to develop their leadership and communication skills, and this we've done marvelously over the past couple of months that we've been functioning in OAU. And now we'll be having a new recruitment process where we'll be allowing young people, within students especially, to become part of the club so that they can develop their skills in public speaking and in debating. We want to have a team, we want to have a school full of students that are capable of speaking publicly on any platform and representing themselves and their schools effectively. And of course, I also have to announce the other stages of the Great Ife Debate. We're all here because of the Great Ife Debate, and we'll be having just 2 more stages. We have just 2 more stages. The next stage is the monarchs, the mentors, and the mates. And this stage will be having different other schools and clubs and institutions joining our participants to debate with them. And then we'll be having the grand finale, which is the last bang bang, as Mommy likes to call it, the last bang bang. And this will be the final stage of the Great Ife Debate, and we'll be having our winners from this stage. Lastly, we want to announce the boot camp. So we'll be having a public speaking boot camp after exams for members of the Gabo Club and for interested participants, those who probably participated in the debates and those who generally are interested in public speaking. Feel free to join us for this boot camp. We'll be spreading out all the information about it on all our social media platforms. So please go ahead and follow us like that on all our social media platforms. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Somowale. Thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together for the Great Ife Debate? Can we put our hands together for the secondary school students who came here and showed their progress? All right, in round up, okay, I want to, if you're not a member of the debate team, but you're still in the hall, can I say a wave of hand? A wave of hand. You're not a member of the Ife debate team, but you're still in the hall. How many people do I have? Please, after the session, please see me for your giveaway. Thank you so much. Dear gentlemen, you deserve a giveaway. Please see me after your, yes, please. Are you sure? Are you sure to receive a giveaway? No problem. I love you too. Alright, so to round up this session, okay? To round up. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for being attentive, for participating in today's session. Thank you very much. Tolu is on standby. And say thank you to Prof and the entire committee for the privilege to anchor this event. My name is Oluwatimileni, popularly called Simi Biggie. You want to know what Biggie means? Simi in private. Thank you so much for the both of them.
Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause now. So I want to appreciate God Almighty first for the success of this event, and I want to appreciate the Vice Chancellor in absentia, the speakers. I want to say a big thank you to them, to the Great Ife Debate team. Say yay! Thank you so much for pulling this together. Great debate participants, face me, I face you. They are not here. Face me, I face you. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. I want to thank the chairman. Thank you so much, sir. I want to appreciate Dr. Bola. She has been really, really amazing. I want to appreciate the secondary school students from Ile-Ife. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. The cultural group, the Great Ife students, the students of international relations. Are you here? Are you people here? Great Ife students! Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. We want to appreciate the OAU system, volunteers, the technical support. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
And that's the end of today's session. Thank you so much. Meet a friend, network with somebody, take a selfie. Please, come and take a selfie with our bag. Yep. Take a selfie, meet somebody.